David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
CC on September 12th, 2023. The time is 2:04. May I please have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camille Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to Pledge of Allegiance, State Pledge, Land Acknowledgement, and a moment of reflection. Would everyone please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Z symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I want to acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homeland of the Tewa people, and the city of Santa Fe is known as Owenge, the white shell watering place. Next, we will have a Moment of reflection from County Assessor's Office, Araya Quintero. If I misstated your name, please correct me. I apologize. Thank you. I also want to take a moment here to recognize the huge loss that we have all experienced in this state of Governor Bill Richardson. He was a mentor, a friend to me. I believe I'm sitting here because of his support in many ways over the years, and I have more to say later on, but I want to acknowledge him now because it is a tremendous loss, not only to Santa Fe County, to the state of New Mexico, and to the world for all the work that he has done throughout his life. So if we could take a moment of silence for Governor Bill Richardson, I would be grateful. Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I would just add that Bill Richardson, throughout his life, doing his negotiating overseas was so impressive, and his support for environmental causes when he was governor. I think he will be missed, and it was quite a shock. I was on vacation when he passed away, and it was quite a shock.
Okay, please be seated. We'll move on. We will move on to, I want to acknowledge the assessor since he's leaving. Thank you for being here. Thank you, and thank you for your work. I want to go to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, September 5th at approximately 5:50 p.m. and the amended agenda was posted on Friday at approximately 5:32 p.m., which was more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. In terms of substantive changes to the agenda, the following items were added to the amended agenda. Item number 3B and C, request approval of a letter from Santa Fe Board of County Commissioners to congressional delegation in support of the Pecos Watershed Protection Act and Thompson Park Wilderness designation. A resolution directing staff to engage with expert consultants regarding commercial renewable energy projects in Santa Fe County and post information concerning conditional use permit applications for such projects on the county's website, introduced for discussion. Consent agenda item 4C, which would request a waiver of any potential conflict of interest, was added, as well as miscellaneous action item 6B, which is a solid waste transfer station permit with the Pueblo of Tesuque. And then finally, under executive session, matters from the county attorney, item 11A, pending or threatened litigation, was added to discuss the case listed. Be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Manager. Any changes or requests from the Commission? Okay.
No.
What's the pleasure of the Board?
Move to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Next, we'll go on to 2, approval of meeting minutes, request approval of August 14th. 2023 Board of County Commissioners Special Meeting Minutes. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Next, we will go on to item 3, consideration of proclamations, commission resolutions, and/or recognition action items. 3A is request approval of a proclamation proclaiming September 15th to October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow commissioners and public. I want to also point out that we have the same, we're going to hear a reading of this, but we have the same Proclamación del Condado de Santa Fe en español. Todo está aquí. Es muy importante que todos comprender y hablar en español, but I will say that in my family, we were very much discouraged to speak Spanish because our parents had been punished in school for doing so. And that's why my grammar, porque mi gramática es muy mal, y I don't openly and regularly speak Spanish comfortably, but I think that what has been brought before us, and I say a lot of the discussion, a lot of the words, and the opportunity to really address Hispanic Heritage Month from what we've just come off of and hearing our school board having to address removal of the cuadrillo from the schools and what our culture means to us in Santa Fe. How do we recapture and live within a pride that has sort of been diminished by discussions of the battles, the wars, and those who fought for, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there is a way to do that, because we would not be here if not for comunidad, familia, y los todos otros cosas, all the other things that bring us as family in a multicultural way. There are two people who are going to read this on behalf of the commission, and I'm grateful for both of them. I have to first thank Olivia Romo, our very own, who asked that we move forward in acknowledgement of our unique nature in northern New Mexico. There are many things about where we are that is different than other Hispano communities in all of the Americas. That being, including Europe, I'll say that too, as well as our other co-reader, who you may remember or start to recall when you hear his voice. He is the voice of Santa Fe Community College. He is also the voice for the Hispano Chamber of Commerce. You'll understand why he is the voice for numerous podcasts and commercials, and I'm grateful for both of them being willing to read this side by side. This would be Marcos Mays. So thank you both. If you will please read the proclamation for us. We're grateful and looking forward to hearing your words.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming September 15th to October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the term Hispanic generally includes the terms Latino, Latina, Chicano, Chicana, or Mexicano, Mexicana, which refer to a person's culture or origin, regardless of race and ethnicity. And
whereas many Americans refer to themselves as Chicana, Chicano, to acknowledge their indigenous and mixed ancestry, and to express solidarity with the civil rights movement of Mexican Americans that combat institutional racism, encourage cultural revitalization, and achieve community empowerment by rejecting assimilation and violations of human rights. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month began as a commemorative week when it was first
September 15th and ending on October 15th, and ending on October 15th. and was enacted into law on August 17, 1988, with congressional passage of Public Law 100-402, and whereas the timing of National Hispanic Heritage Month coincides with the Independence Day celebrations of several Latin American nations, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, September 15, 1821, and Mexico, September 27, 1821, which symbolize a rejection of oppressive colonialism, and
whereas each year, National Hispanic Heritage Month has a theme, and in 2023, the theme is Latinos, driving prosperity, power, and progress in America. And whereas the Chicano, Hispano, Mexicano people of New Mexico acknowledge their existence as neighbors within the greater Tewa Basin and honor generational relationships and continue to build a shared culture of love and respect with their Pueblo relatives. And
whereas the self-identified Hispanic populations of Santa Fe, New Mexico is 54.3%, according to the United States Census of 2022, and whereas Santa Fe County is home to several traditional communities, including land grants and acequias, that take great pride in their Hispanic heritage and that embody the indigenous definition of sustainability: healthy environment, healthy culture, healthy people, through their traditional agricultural practices and sustainable natural resource management, and
whereas Santa Fe County includes numerous cultural heritage communities, such as the traditional community of Agua Fria, Chimayo, Poake, Tesuque, La Cieneguilla, La Cienega, and Galisteo, that reveal peaceful coexistence of generations and are open for all people to appreciate and learn from. And whereas familia and querencia keep deep sense of belonging to and care of a place, community, or culture is a shared value at the core of Hispanic culture. And
whereas cultural resilience is not supported by battles, war, and conflict, but rather forging through such adversity by developing nurturing relationships with family, neighbors, community, water, and land. And whereas there is opportunity to address the realities of conflict and communion between Hispano and Native cultures through education and dialogue. And
whereas the protection of land and water through querencia is a trait of Hispanic cultural resilience to support life for future generations. And whereas generations of mothers, grandmothers, farmers, and clergy fostered culture and community in times of conflict. And
whereas las abuelas, grandmothers, traditions of seed saving, planting, and harvesting crosses generations in New Mexico and have nurtured its prosperity. And whereas the mother tongue has a significant impact on a child's personality and psychological development of an individual in shaping a distinct identity that, if not nurtured, may result in problems with self-esteem and mental health. And
whereas generations of youth have been raised in the same household or by their grandmother or abuela and are at risk of losing their mother tongue given the loss of social context, thus social cultural identity. And whereas the New York Times reported that the New Mexico Spanish dialect that is unique to this region is continuing to disappear. And
whereas the number of migrants from Spanish-speaking countries continue to increase, and it is imperative that the Spanish language be reclaimed and integrated in the arenas of government, business, education, healthcare, and art. And whereas Santa Fe County encourages residents to celebrate, grow, share, educate, and evolve their Hispanic, Hispano, Hispana, Latino, Latina, Chicano, Chicana, or Mexicano, Mexicana identity in Santa Fe County.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that you, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month, honoring the nurturers, guiding prosperity in Santa Fe County.
Thank you sincerely. Madam Chair?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to hear both of you read that. It was very moving. And as it was being read, I couldn't help but think about the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, which is here to protect and preserve the culture of Hispano and Hispana and indigenous people throughout the region. And so I will be sure to share this with the board of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, because that is their mission, to protect this important culture that we have here. One thing I have to say, when I heard Commissioner Bustamante mention that she wasn't encouraged to learn Spanish in her home, I was also not encouraged to learn my mother tongue of Danish in my home for the same exact reason that that you in our community were not encouraged to learn your own native language or home traditional language. And so it is unfortunate that that was perpetuated during our childhood, but hopefully times have changed, and that the languages of our ancestors and of our grandparents are being taught in all of our schools throughout the country for all languages. I just wanted to make those few statements because I think it's so important. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that this sets a whole new standard for proclamations that we're all going to have to live up to now. This was really impressive and inspiring. And of course, maybe I shouldn't say of course, but I too believe that our Hispanic heritage in this area is just so important to what makes Santa Fe special, and that it's not just the culture and the style of the buildings, but it's the people that we need to treasure. And so thank you both, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you, Olivia, and repeat your name, or thank you.
Marcos.
Marcos. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much. That was like commanding, and really, as Commissioner Hughes said, raises the bar for proclamations and reading of things. So I'm going to have to dig deep into my bench of people to have to. It's anyway when I have something of such import. So thank you. Culturally, this is like a really special place, and the fact that we are have an opportunity to accept that, accentuate it, lift it up is an honor on my part to be a part of that. So thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
I move that we accept both the English and the Spanish version of the, I will say it in Spanish, the Proclamación del Condado de Santa Fe, the proclamation to have September 15th through October 15th as National Heritage Month in Santa Fe, New Mexico, in Santa Fe County.
Second.
So I have a motion from Commissioner, a second from Commissioner Hughes.
No green.
I didn't know who did it. I didn't have my mic on, so once again, we had a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Green. Under discussion. Is there any other discussion anyone wants to say? I personally am so thrilled that we have this proclamation. It is so beautiful, and I'm grateful for our unique culture here. I moved to New Mexico because there was still culture intact, and 50 years ago, And it is great to see that it is still intact today and for centuries to come. And I just want to once again recognize Commissioner Green for coming. Commissioner Green and I went to the opening of Fiesta, and he said his opening remarks in Spanish, and I was very proud to be standing on the stage with him. So thank you once again. And so with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No opposition here. Okay, the proclamation is passed, and Commissioner Bustamante, if I could please ask you to pass that around so everyone can sign that before we leave today.
Madam Chair, this is the one that I have that is in Spanish. There is one that's in English, and I also need to make sure that we acknowledge Esteban from Legal, who contributed to the proclamation as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Esteban, always. Okay, on we go. So I have the next item, request approval of a letter from Santa Fe County Board of Commissioners to the Congressional Delegation in support of the Pecos Watershed Protection Act and Thompson Peak Wilderness Designation. We have consistently, over the years since I have been in office in 2020, we brought forward a resolution to repeal the 1874 Mining Act. And in earlier this year, which was Resolution 2020-16, resolution recommending reform of the 1872 mining law to protect public lands and local economies and supporting the Hard Rock Leasing and Reclamation Act of 2019. I think that we need to continue to protect our wilderness. They are some of the most important and areas of our state. The health and well-being of these watersheds protect all of us, and especially the wildlife. They're the foundation to the health of the community. And so I felt like this letter was really important because as county commissioners, we have a unique relationship to federal agencies that many municipalities do not have. We, as county commissioners throughout the state of New Mexico and the United States, have federal land in our districts. And so therefore, it's really important that we engage with our federal agencies, such as BLM, the Forest Service, to make sure that they know how we feel about the designations and the concerns. And so this is another way to do this with this letter to our federal delegation supporting this designation. And I want to recognize that from New Mexico Wild, Garrett Venaklassen is on the Zoom, and I know he would like to say a few words, and I would like to give him that opportunity.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, Garrett Venaklassen with New Mexico Wild. Again, I think that Commissioner Hansen really articulated the intent of the letter. There really are two components to the letter itself. One is there is both an administrative and legislative mineral withdrawal within sort of the headwaters of the Santa Fe watershed and the headwaters of the Pecos. And then there is a wilderness component in and around Thompson Peak, which is if you're facing Santa Fe from the west and you're looking up the Santa Fe River Canyon, Thompson Peak is the peak on the south side of the Santa Fe watershed. And so the idea is to designate Thompson Peak and the surrounding area as a wilderness area. That is a legislative designation, which will require congressional approval and the Biden administration's approval. It's a long road, but it is the highest level of landscape protection. It does allow things like hunting and grazing, but it does not allow mineral development and additional road building. So again, I think the takeaway here is that our watersheds and water quality are paramount to the well-being and longevity of this community, this amazing community. It's paramount to the preservation of cultural uses. And I was so moved by that amazing proclamation. And it's the health and well-being of our acequias and our indigenous communities are based on water and wildlife and land. And we have a big coalition that involves stakeholders from both those communities in this initiative. And obviously, our congressional delegates are looking for the guidance of county commissioners like you all to tell them that this is something that you and your constituents are open to. So really appreciate your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Garrett, for joining us. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so happy that you brought this forward, and I'm glad that New Mexico Wild is working on making this area part of the wilderness. When I first moved to Santa Fe, my wife and I decided we'd go on a hike in this area called the Pecos Wilderness. We had no idea what it was. We found ourselves trudging up the side of a mountain toward Hamilton Mesa, and at one point I hadn't done anything but look at my feet for about an hour. I turned around and saw the snow-capped mountains around me, and I practically fell over. And this is such a sacred place for all of us, the mountains that adjoin Santa Fe, not just in the Pecos Wilderness, but the whole area. And the more of it we can protect, the better, and protecting the watershed, all of that. So thank you again for bringing this forward.
Thank you for your continued support, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Green.
I'm in support of this measure and this letter. We should do everything we can to protect the Pecos. I think there are a lot of people. We are at the top of the Pecos, and there are a lot of people downstream, and we have a debt and responsibility to take care of everybody from here to Texas. So let's protect our Pecos.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton, I believe this is in your district.
Yes, and I walk out of my house and can look across the way to the Pecos Wilderness, and so I'm very, very glad you brought this forward.
Madam Chair, I'm honored and I feel privileged to support this. Not to go back to the issue of cultural heritage, but my father grew up in the Pecos and is buried in Pecos, and the stories of him on his small horse. The snow was so high in the Pecos, and the story was told that he was crying that the snow would be so deep that the snow on his horse's belly, he was concerned that the horse was going to freeze. And those were the days when the Pecos used to get a lot of snow, but he grew up like a nature boy, if you know the song by Nat King Cole. He was very much a nature boy in the Pecos. So I am so grateful that this is brought forward, and it is so important to protect that absolutely beautiful area of the Pecos Wilderness. Thank you.
Yes, we are incredibly fortunate in New Mexico to have such beautiful federal land and that we have the ability to have a federal delegation that supports us, and we support them in this kind of protection. And so I feel that it is important that we always continue to let them know how much these issues concern us. And so with that, could I please have a motion to approve this letter?
I move to approve the letter.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. We will get this letter sent out immediately. And I also want to mention for people that if you were wanting to look at where the Thompson Peak area is, there are 2 maps that were placed on the board docs today so that you can take a look. And I find them very helpful for people to be able to see the Santa Fe Municipal Watershed, the Upper Pecos Watershed, and how they're all connected. So with that, we will move on to item 3C. And
Thank you.
Is, do I need to?
No, he just said thank you.
Oh, and thank you, Garrett, once again for being here.
Thank you all.
Next, we'll go on to item 3C, directing a resolution directing staff to engage with expert consultants regarding commercial renewable energy projects in Santa Fe County and post information concerning conditional use permit application for such projects on the county website. It appears by reading this resolution that it is a draft and that this is being brought forward so that we can all have discussion, but I am going to let the 2 sponsors, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hamilton, take it from there. And who wants to go first? Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for anybody listening, I think the chair did indicate that if a few people wanted to say something for a couple minutes after we discuss it, that would be allowed. We won't be voting on it today. We put it up for discussion because I believe there are, probably some changes from other commissioners. Only 2 of us are allowed to discuss things beforehand, so the other 3, this is their first chance to make any changes, and that also allows the community to suggest any changes to this resolution. Our purpose in bringing this forward is really a couple-fold, and this draft that you see before you is really a collaboration between Commissioner Hamilton and I and the staff here at the county. It lays out and provides a way for people to really see openly what our process is going to be for approving renewable energy projects or disapproving them. I think we all know that climate change is a huge problem. We just experienced one of the hottest and driest summers ever, certainly the hottest and driest one since I moved here over 30 years ago. And, the fire danger, I think we were rescued by the rains just in time, basically, this year. And that may not always be, what happens. Last year, as you remember, we had huge fires near us. And so we really do need to move to renewable energy, but we want to do it in a way that is safe. Back in, I came from Pennsylvania, and 2 of my great-grandfathers were involved in the oil industry at the very, very beginning. And back in those days, we just said, oh, look, this stuff burns, let's use it. We didn't worry about the consequences. But now we know that everything we do has consequences. And so as we move into the renewable energy economy, we can do things much better. We can make things safe and, as well as getting away from carbon. So I think this is just put forward for discussion today, and I'll let Commissioner Hamilton add whatever she wants to add next.
Yes, all of those points were really important, and I fully agree with them. We worked so hard to get support over the years for renewable energy activities to be able to move toward, a more sustainable energy environment and beyond just the energy sector, right? But there's nothing that we do, whether they're good projects or come from the evil empire, that doesn't have impacts, right? What constitutes evil empire is often a matter of opinion, but in the case of really of this specifically, wanting to move toward renewable energy, those projects have potential environmental impacts as well. The question is what the trade-offs are, how they can be managed, how predictable the impacts might be so that they can be mitigated, and how we plan on managing those things. So it's never a case where you can just say, well, these are the good projects to go to and let's just approve them. And that's never been our intention or the county's intention. And so that is largely why we brought this forward. The county actually has a process, and many of you know, if you've listened over the last month, that we just adopted international fire regulations. And I was just having a small chat with our fire marshal. The good timing of that you know, as fast as he was trying to move to get those as we needed them, they've come at a very good time, because they give us additional means for evaluating these projects and having some teeth to assure that they're done in a good way. And I think that, if nothing else, this resolution really helps to illustrate what that process is and make sure everybody is aware of how it is we're going to go about doing these evaluations. And I think that's the value of this resolution. And really appreciate having worked with Commissioner Hughes on this, who's incredibly motivated to do the right thing at the right time as needed by the community.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other comments? I want to go to commissioners, especially also if you have suggestions or ideas for how to make this resolution better. This is an opportunity that we have here to do that. And I mean, I think we can also always submit comments to Jeff. And I think Esteban worked on this, not Esteban, somebody else. Jeff? Okay, so it's just you this time. Okay, thank you to our county attorney. So I'll go to Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the advocates for this. This is an emergent issue for both climate change and a solution to climate change. And in a world where sometimes we can have a knee-jerk reaction to do all things sustainable, this is not necessarily sometimes a sustainable solution. And so, as Commissioner Hughes said, you know, there were unintended consequences early on. Now we have unintended consequences, and we don't understand all of those out front. And so having an expert that can explain these things to us, teach us, and potentially put some updates or recommendations into the SLDC or the way that we do business here is always a great practice to get the best practices out in front of us and so that we can adopt it. So I appreciate that this is being brought forward, and yeah, thank you very much for letting us discuss this.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, Madam Chair and sponsors of this resolution, I am so grateful for this. And as much as the conversation has been now for a while in the interest of going to renewables, this is still getting ahead of the game. And I really appreciate the foresight in making sure that the county is doing everything in its, you know, in its best effort to get ahead of these issues, knowing that the sad fact is we're behind nationally, internationally in getting to those renewables. And the other thing that we have in this state is the opportunity to work with quite exceptional resources with our national labs that do, as well as the ones that are outside of the state, with the NREL, the National Renewable Energies Lab, as a strong resource in helping, because the good work is being done. We're getting ahead of the game in how we're accepting these proposals for this renewable energy, I'm hoping, big surge that's going to come up, and we're ahead of the game in making sure that it's safe. So I hope that we do make sure that we take advantage of all of those international resources, because other people have already kind of stepped in and then stepped in it, unfortunately, that found that there were these drawbacks, and this is really a wonderful effort in making sure that we don't do something that will be ultimately detrimental. So thank you.
Thank you. I know that Commissioner Hughes said there were some people online who would like to speak, and so I am going to allow public comment of 2 minutes at this time. So I will open the floor up for matters of public concern. I will do this again later, but to allow people to have comments on this resolution only. And I will, the list I have here, I'll start at the beginning. I have Lee Zaflock. Oh, you don't have him online?
We have, Madam Chair, we have a few people online raising their hands.
Okay. Yeah, just start.
Our first speaker is Carol Beetleman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies for, I've been dropping in and out here with internet access in El Dorado. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the effort that went into this resolution. I greatly appreciate the fact that the commissioners are listening and hearing the concerns of constituents, both about communications with the county and the conditional use permit process. As it relates to utility scale. I have a couple comments that I think would strengthen this resolution, if I might, that would allow for greater clarification or safeguards for residents. One concern I have is that, as written, this resolution allows for-profit energy companies to choose their own expert consultants, at least as I interpret how it's written. And I think that would be detrimental, as it would allow the developer to choose somebody who will provide a result that they want. Also, I think DCIs are still more appropriate for utility scale. There's no mention of utility scale, or that siting of a project matters, which is really important. They shouldn't be cited for the profitability of companies and private landowners. Also, BEST systems are not necessary or a required feature. So I would submit that you include something that says that programs SMART from the start approaches, which advocate for siting to protect the environment and avoid conflicts with communities, would be a more progressive and approach in keeping with current conservation organizations, and that you would resolve to add this into your resolution to develop a strategic plan to identify industrial or brownfield sites within Santa Fe County that are more appropriate. And lastly, to place a moratorium on all applications until this strategic plan has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Carol Culver.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
You can hear me now? Thank you. Hi, I'm Carol Culver. I live in El Dorado. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to comment briefly on the proposed resolution. In my view, the resolution is fine as far as it goes, but that it doesn't go far enough to do what obviously needs to be done, which is to draft an ordinance or resolution creating guidelines and regulations for commercial solar projects with battery storage systems. The Commission did a good job responding to the New Mexico Community Solar Act by amending the SLDC, creating guidelines for community solar in Santa Fe County. It's great. But now the Commission is moving full steam ahead with an application for a large commercial solar power plant with battery storage without creating any guidelines for those. And I think this is a glaring omission. The county shouldn't move ahead any further with the Rancho Viejo project application until it can adopt some regulations and guidelines. If this means enacting a moratorium until the amendment can be done, then so be it. There's a precedent for that. My statement is not anti-solar. We all want to see renewables in New Mexico, Placing a battery storage fire hazard in dry, windy grassland among thousands of homes would be irresponsible, and it's unnecessary. Battery storage projects don't need to be co-located with the power generation facilities. It can be sited remotely, away from the solar panels, in safer locations. After the fire at an Arizona battery facility in 2019, PNM's own expert witness testified in a PRC hearing about the history of fires at battery storage facilities. And at that time, PNM was opposing large battery facilities, based in part on the record of accidents in the industry. And since that time, there has been a second fire at an Arizona battery facility just last year in 2022. The people of northern New Mexico are weary of governments authorizing unnecessary fire hazards in our dry, windy environment. So I'm asking you to do the right thing. You've created guidelines for community solar. Now please create guidelines for commercial solar. I'm especially addressing Commissioner Hughes. Please do the right thing and support the safety of your constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carol. Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Naomi Harrison.
Hi, I also live in El Dorado, and I want to thank Commissioners Hughes and Hamilton very much for their proposed resolution. While the fire hazard of a vast number of lithium-ion storage batteries is a primary concern about commercial solar generally, and the AES proposal in particular, I'm also very concerned about the anticipated water usage and the source of the water, and the potential noise pollution from an enormous number of inverters and chillers used to cool the battery containers. These two items must also be thoroughly investigated and reviewed by the Planning Commission, as they are also important quality of life issues for nearby properties and residents. Again, thank you for this resolution as far as it goes. And I agree with the other speakers that some expansion would be optimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Victoria Clark.
Hi, Victoria. We don't hear you. You need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Okay. My name is Victoria Clark, and I'm a resident of El Dorado, and I represent no less than 200 members of that community through an informal group called Keep El Dorado Safe. We feel that this proposed resolution is a positive step forward in giving the land use staff the tools that should be the bare minimum required when reviewing any renewable solar voltaic project that might include significant battery storage facilities. In the brief time since the resolution was introduced, we have identified several key deficiencies in the draft. The first is that the resolution still works within the framework of the SLDC and the use of a conditional use permit. This deficiency is driven by the misunderstanding of the framework around community solar and commercial solar projects. It is well understood that the intent of community and commercial solar projects is to encourage the proliferation of 50 megawatt solar generation projects across the country. This is demonstrated by the many 50 megawatt or less solar projects that are planned, under construction, or already up and running across the country and state. You can see this when you go to globalenergymonitor.org. Community is so that groups of closely located citizens can supplement their energy sources that are normally provided by the grid. Similarly, the intent of commercial is so that commercial entities can supplement their energy provider. The intent of the term commercial is not to represent or include utility scale projects that are intended to monetize the generation of energy from any renewable source. And so the resolution should be drafted to exclude such products. and the resolution should therefore state that any such renewable energy products demonstrate a direct and specific benefit to the county and its citizens above and beyond whatever the tax revenue might be generated. It's my informed opinion that the community, that solar voltaic projects beyond 50 megawatts, either in generation or battery storage, operate under the development of countywide impact review process. This process would ensure that all appropriate controls are placed on the applicant to ensure that the potential project would be both beneficial to the county and its citizens. It's supported by the fact that on the globalenergymonitor.org website, no existing solar projects in New Mexico above 50 megawatts are located anywhere near sizable residential communities such as Rancho San Marcos. Yeah.
Time is up.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Dana Matlin.
We can't hear you. You're still on mute. No.
Mute me. Can you hear me now?
Now, yes, now we can.
Okay. All right. We are, both Vicki and I are trying to read for two people that couldn't attend today because they are at other meetings in town. So I will do my best. My name is Dana Matlin. I am also a resident of El Dorado and a representative of Keep El Dorado Safe. As such, we believe the resolution should be explicit to the fact that any solar voltaic project submitted to the county that includes a significant battery storage facility beyond the need for its uninterrupted power for the SCADA systems that control it be considered as two separate projects, namely the solar power generation system and the battery storage system. For an authoritative source to support this distinction, you need only to refer to the 2021 International Fire Regulation that is currently referenced in the resolution. The IFR makes a clear delineation between solar voltaic systems in Section 1205 and energy storage systems in Section 1207. We are insistent that when reviewing these projects, the land use staff and the BCCSS review and make their decision on each of these projects separately. Also, when select subject matter experts to provide technical opinions and reports, those should be independent of the applicant and willing to certify themselves to that fact. The land use staff should not utilize guidance from the applicant in any other form, even though the SMEs may be contracted at the applicant's expense. Lastly, all data and documents concerning the application should be made available to the community. This should include anything from the applicant associated with the application, including the applicant's technical opinions and the products produced by the SMEs. Thank you for your time and consideration. If possible, would I be able to read for somebody else?
No.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, next.
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers online.
Okay, thank you very much. This was about the resolution, and that is what we are discussing. So I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my constituents in El Dorado who spoke up. I tried to catch all of your comments, and I know there were other people who wanted to comment who weren't able to be there, but even better than commenting today is probably sending an email to Commissioner Hamilton and I so that we can make the changes or suggest the changes, working with the county attorney and the county manager. And so the person whose statement you weren't able to read, Dana, just send that to us and we will read it. But again, thank you all. And I think at a future meeting, either the next one or the one after that, we're going to bring this forward for a vote. We'll bring in any revisions that have been suggested. And also, my understanding is at that time, the staff will present in detail the current process for conditional use permits and how it would be applied using experts for these types of projects. And I don't know if I left anything out, Commissioner Hamilton.
No, I was going to add that, and you did just great. So yes, I think those are all the points for people to be aware of so that it's an ongoing process here.
So Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hughes, for bringing this forward. I think it is very important. If any of us have any changes, I think that they need to go through Jeff and not to be discussed among ourselves. So I'm just making that clear. I mean,
Yes.
the two of you can still work together, but if Commissioner Green or Commissioner Bustamante or myself have any, we should work on those
You
changes
guys, yes.
with the county attorney.
Yeah.
Just to keep everything transparent. So with that, I'm going to go on to the consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The consent agenda is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. Next, I will go on to appointments and reappointments. I want to thank the few members that I do see who have submitted their names in the audience. I am grateful for you being here. I am going to go to Gabriel Bustos.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Currently, the Santa Fe County Ethics Board has 5 vacant positions, which expired in June of 2023. Staff is requesting appointment of 3 new members and the reappointment of 2 previous members to serve a 2-year term from September 12th, 2023 through September 12th of 2025. The Santa Fe County Ethics Board is a 5-member body appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to provide advisory opinions regarding the applicability of the Santa Fe County Code of Conduct. The Santa Fe County Code of Conduct authorizes the Ethics Board to hold public hearings and make findings of fact and conclusions of law with regard to sworn complaints alleging violations of the Santa Fe County Code of Conduct by elected officials, appointed officials, or volunteers. The Ethics Board is authorized to recommend periodic amendments to the Santa Fe Code of Conduct. At least 1 member shall not be affiliated with county government in any capacity, including but not limited to employment, appointment, election, or serving as a volunteer. Members of the Ethics Board may not hold elected public office or office with any political party within the county. Each member shall serve a 2-year term subject to the reappointment thereafter. The Ethics Board meets at the call of the Ethics Board Chair, which is not more frequently than monthly and not necessarily every month. All 5 Ethics Board members' terms expired on June 29th, 2023. Santa Fe County issued a press release on July 10th, 2023, advertising for the recruitment of volunteers to the Ethics Board. Staff received letters of interest and resumes and conducted interviews with the following individuals seeking appointment to the Ethics Board: Marty Gerber, Francis Carlson, Jesse Guillen, Clifford Rees, Peter Glankoff, and Susan Loynes. Staff received confirmation of interest and resumes from the following individuals seeking reappointment to the Ethics Board: from Thomas Quaid and Janelle Mason. Staff recommends the appointment of Clifford Rees, Francis Carlson, and Jesse Guillen, and the reappointment of Thomas Quaid and Janelle Mason. All applicants, if appointed, will have a term of September 12th, 2023 through September 12th, 2025. The 5 recommended applicants have applicable experience, interest in government ethics, and skills useful for the position. And I now stand for any questions. Thank you.
So I would like to know the members of the board, the members who are here in the chambers or online who have applied for this position. I see at least, I think, 4. So if they could please just come forward and introduce themselves and their names and the position they hold presently or what their employment is.
Clifford Rees, retired state government public health attorney.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jesse Guillen. I'm Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for the Office of the Governor.
Thank you, Jesse. My name is Frances Carlson. I'm a retired King County Sheriff's Sergeant. I held that position for 37 years. I'm originally from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was born and raised here and lived in Washington State for almost 50 years. I came home.
Welcome home. Thank you. I really appreciate you, the 3 new members who have been recommended being here, because I consider this board incredibly important to the county, and I think it's important that the commissioners know who they are that serve on this board. I'm sorry that Thomas and Joella are not here. I personally, this is just my own personal feeling, is that we possibly need a brand new board completely and not have carryover from the last board. But I will allow the rest of my commissioners to make comments on that. And so if there's comments from the rest of the board, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think you said it very well. We really appreciate people with such great talent. I only know one of you, but I assume the other 2 have the similar talent. So I think it's great to have, you serving on this commission, which is really important. I think when we see the kind of ethical violations that take place in government and other places and that used to take place in Santa Fe County, I'm really glad that we have a strong ethical ordinance and an ethical group of elected officials at the moment, and we need to keep it that way. The ethics board, the last one, which Commissioner Hanson referred to, spent probably about 10 years revising the ordinance. We finally did get a revised ordinance, and so I would encourage you to not revise it, but just enforce it and educate us about it. Make sure everybody knows what their responsibilities are, and I think that'll go a long way. One of the improvements that was made in the last revision was making it a little clearer on how to report violations and what to do when violations occurred, and I think that's what people need to know about. And I know that one of the previous board members, who I think is not continuing, was very disappointed that there were no ethical violations during her term. And I would hope that if no ethical violations occur during your terms, that you'll be happy about that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that insight on the previous board. First off, I want to give a shout out to Carol Thompson, who passed this past year and was the previous chair of the commission. And I had the honor of working with her on the Buckaroo Ball Committee and at the Chamber of Commerce for many years. And so she will be missed, but we have some great candidates here to replace her and to continue on here. Frances, I have never met you, but I'm sure I read your resume and that looks great. And Jesse and Cliff, it's great to see you apply to this, and I'm really happy to vote in favor of your ascension to the throne, as it may be. So, the ethics ordinance is not perfect. I think I've heard that it is modeled after some parts of the way that the legislature works with the ethics ordinance, and so I would hope that there are some ways that we can work on refining it over the next few years when we look at it, when you guys have a few months to sort of understand it and maybe have your recommendations. I'd be happy to work with you on this. With that, congratulations or welcome, most likely in a few minutes. And so you've got a lot of work in front of you, so thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton.
I'm grateful, and I have to tell you, Madam Chair, and for those of you who have put your name in, I'm grateful for the existence of this board and the importance, because it's one of those overarching sort of societal things where someone just expects it. So to hear that someone was actually disappointed that there was nothing, it's like, yes, I'll be on that board. We're going to eat them alive. And I'm grateful for your willingness to step forward and frankly assist, because some of those issues are fine lines that are, well, how do we really look at this? No one's intentionally trying to do anything that would be offline, I think. And I can say that speaking for myself, and to have a board and individuals with the stature of yourselves, I'm so grateful that you're willing to step forward and support our ability to best serve the people of Santa Fe County. So thank you sincerely.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I believe that Thomas Quaid is online, and I would like to let him be able to introduce himself also.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, and I think,
Okay.
Can we see you? No. Okay, we can just hear you. Hello?
Yeah, I tried to show myself, and apparently it's not going to work.
Okay.
So I was appointed to the Ethics Board last year. I think I went to 3 meetings, and then we didn't have any meetings after November for various reasons. So I appreciate being recommended to serve 2 years. I believe the Ethics Board needs to meet monthly or close to that. And I think there are a lot of things the Ethics Board hasn't done that they need to do. I am a 22-year resident of El Dorado, live in La Paz, south of El Dorado, and have my own company, National Recognition Products of New Mexico. So I'm happy to serve, and I appreciate the chance to introduce myself.
Thank you, Thomas, for making the effort to be here with us. I don't think the ethics ordinance is completely perfect, but I'm sure you can all look at it and we can have a discussion about that. And so with that, what's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve the slate of nominees and in its entirety.
That was recommended by staff?
Correct.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Green and a second from Commissioner Hughes.
And one more comment.
Under discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that the people who weren't selected also had great qualifications, and I think we were really lucky to get such a good group. And I know that Gabe and Estevan had to really think about who they wanted to appoint. And so I just wanted to appreciate everyone who applied.
I completely agree with you. I want to recognize Susan Lyons, who I believe is one of my constituents, and I think that she would have been an excellent choice. I am a little disappointed that Joella Manchin is not here for us to meet her, but hopefully we will meet her sometime in the future. So with that, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And also thank you very, very much for Jesse, Francis, and Cliff for being here. I really appreciate it. Tell the governor I'm grateful she let you off work to come over here. So thank you. Okay, and we will go on now to miscellaneous action items. First is and congratulations, before I go on, congratulations all of you on being on the Ethics Board. Then we'll go on to miscellaneous action item, request approval to utilize an outside cooperative contract for job order contract project delivery method with Sweep Constructions for installation of food passports and window replacements at the adult detention facility, and 2, delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign the contract and purchase order. Welcome, Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. Bill Taylor, Procurement Manager for the county. The adult detention facility had 2 projects that they needed to get done, which is the food port assemblies in 62 of their pods, and also window glazing and replacement. Made a determination to utilize the job order contracting project delivery method, which allows us to get quotes from contractors that are under existing contract with Gordian Group through the Omnia procurement unit. And so before you is approval to utilize that pursuant to our ordinance 2012-5 using outside contracts. We feel that it that ordinance requires that the board approve any amount over $250,000 be awarded that is not competed. In discussion of that, making that determination, job order contracting contracts are competed through Gordian Group, where a price book is developed and these contractors bid on those prices in a price book. It's not competed project scope specific for food ports, things like that, but the work that is in those price books for welding, for carpentry work and all that is competed. We also have the opportunity to negotiate those quotes with the contractor, specifically meet with them on the site and go through everything that's needed so that they can develop a good quote. I did want to make note that in the BCC memo, we are stating that a definitive amount has not been determined at the time of that draft. We were not, but we did obtain quotes for both projects that are within the budget of the department to do the work. So the quotes actually came in 30% below the budgeted amount. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board? I want to thank you, Bill, for good work that you do in purchasing. I know that it is not easy. I know that staff doesn't always fill out all the forms properly and get everything correct. But I know that you do your best to help them. And that is a great gift that we have because you have been doing this for years and years and years, at least as long as I have been here. And so I am grateful to that. And maybe we need to have a little class for staff or sometimes about how important purchasing is and, you know, help them to be able to really understand the process that it takes to be accountable to the taxpayers and the taxpayers' money, for the taxpayers' money. So thank you once again.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve item 6A.
And I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes. I have a second from Commissioner Bustamante and Green. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I see no opposition. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. It's always a pleasure to see you, and thank you for your good, hard work for the Santa Fe County. Next, we are going on to request approval of a solid waste transfer permit with the Pueblo of Tesuque for the purpose of obtaining the Santa Fe County Solid Waste Convenience Center on real property owned by the Pueblo of Tesuque. Welcome, Public Works Director Brian Snyder and County Manager Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Brian and I will tag team this. This concerns a convenience center, or the location of a convenience center located at 50 New Mexico 592. As most of you are aware, the convenience center was operated by the county from at least 1998 to June 30 of last calendar year, when it was closed pursuant to agreement with the Pueblo of Tesuque. Beginning in April of 2023, after a majority of the board indicated a willingness to revisit the reopening of the convenience center, county officials in the Pueblo have had discussions about what that reopening could look like. What you have in front of you today is the permit that resulted from those discussions and negotiations. It would allow for the convenience center to be reopened through June 30 of 2027. The consideration that the county would pay for the use of the area would include the county paying the Pueblo a nominal $500 annual permit administrative fee, The county would make relatively minor drainage improvements and fix a fence along New Mexico 592, as well as improve the entrance road, turnaround area, and area used for the convenience center using recycled asphalt pavement. County staff believes that those improvements are consistent with the types of improvements that the county has made to the Hakona Convenience Center located on Pueblo Poake property. Pueblo members living on the Pueblo would be allowed to use the reopened convenience center at no cost for the disposal of household waste. That too is consistent with our agreement with the Pueblo of Poake for the Hakona Convenience Center. In addition, county would commit to provide containers for mixed recyclables and glass, as is our practice at all convenience centers. And then finally, the county agreed to assist the Pueblo with community cleanup by providing up to 30 yard roll-off containers for up to 4 non-hazardous community cleanup special events per year at the Pueblo. Those sorts of cleanup events are, again, consistent, we believe, with general county practice relative to encouraging community cleanup. I would note that, from county staff's perspective, that this convenience center is not part of the county's long-term plan for solid waste service, and certainly my perspective in discussions with the Pueblo is that it was recognized that this permit is a means to bridge the gap between the current state and a future one in which the county has a modern convenience center that can serve the San Ildefonso, Poake, and Tesuque areas. And in terms of time frame and expectations for reopening the center, conditions precedent are that we spell out what the improvements would be and then make them before we reopen the convenience center. And county staff anticipates that that would take approximately 1 to 2 months to complete, as the crews that would be doing the work are county staff, and they are working very hard on county road maintenance and construction projects, and we'll be trying to work this additional work in while they make the most of the ongoing construction season. So with that, Brian or I will stand for any questions.
Questions from the board. I'm going to go to Commissioner Green first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first off, thank you to Greg, Brian, and Michelle Hunter for stepping up and helping with these negotiations. This was a priority even before I took office. I had been approached by members of the Pueblo and members of the Tesuque Valley community to help negotiate a solution to this. And I appreciate that the board allowed us to enter into these negotiations and that we were able to get to this. Also, a big thank you to the Tesuque Tribal Council, led by Governor Milton Herrera and Lieutenant Governor Floyd Samuel, for their patience and follow through on this issue. Also, the county county attorney probably worked on this. Thank you, Jeff, as well. But the tribal attorney, Jim James, also worked on this. Thank you to Barbara Coulter and the Tribal Utility Board for discussing this issue early in the negotiations and trying to work through some of the details. Their expertise and guidance helped immensely. So in terms of what the benefits are to this will help neighbors cut down on travel and fuel needed to lug trash to the centers. In some cases, people were traveling an extra 10 miles to take their trash out to Hakona or to Caja del Rio. So people were pretty frustrated by this, and this will solve that issue. This will also cut down on illegal trash dumping that was on the rise since the closure of this facility last year. And that in this collaboration with the Pueblo, the county and the Pueblo can work together to help clean up a 10-acre legacy dump site that will help with the cleanup, will help protect the groundwater and potentially create a new economic development area for the Pueblo. All of these benefits are win-win-win for the community, for the county, and for the Pueblo. And I encourage your vote in support of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. Yeah, I think kudos to everybody who worked on this, and especially you, Commissioner Green. I know that you worked really hard to make this happen for your constituents in Tesuque who were so upset when it closed. This looks like a good solution. I guess The question I had is, it expires on June 30th, 2027, which is 4 years from now. Is there any chance of extending it beyond that if we don't have a regional solution, or is that was the Pueblo pretty concerned that that be the drop dead date and it never go beyond that time?
I'm happy to answer that if that's, this was a, Commissioner, this was sort of a mutually decided date.
Is your mic on?
It is. This was a pretty mutually decided date that was far enough out there that covered the span of time that it seemed that the county would need to get the new facility on, maybe a little bit of extra time just because things slip, and as well as, you know, just it seemed like a good amount of time out there.
Okay, good. I hope we can get the regional solution done in that time, and then everybody can stay happy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so from what I read, even though this area, this 10-acre area, this is not included in the agreement for us to clean that up, that is not our responsibility.
That is correct.
And I want to be very clear about that. I think that possibly we could be, we could work with the Pueblo, of course, in helping them find money. Is that the idea?
Correct. Technical expertise and helping them source money. Michelle Hunter has experience in working with NMED to find those sort of programs, and so she was being a guiding support technical assistance from our side. And ultimately, the congressional delegation has also said that there is EPA money and money through the infrastructure bill that would help clean this up. And so part of the preliminary work would be done at the state level through state grants to the Pueblo, and then future big cleanup stuff would be done through federal grants.
Okay. And then I think it's really important for you, Commissioner Green, to be very clear with your constituents that this is a temporary solution, that in 4 years they cannot expect that, you know, we're going to be able to continue to keep this transfer station open.
I will explain as much as I can and see if it's receptive with them, and they can lobby me any way they choose. So,
Public Works Director Snyder, do you have anything you would like to say?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I do not. I think Greg summarized it well, and the conversation is true to, as I understand, the permit. And staff will work with the Pueblo staff, the Public Utilities Director specifically, on the work in and around the site prior to completing the work as agreed to in the permit. And I don't have any other items to add.
Okay. Any other comments from the
Madam Chair,
Bustamante?
Commissioner Green, congratulations. Good work moving forward. At the same time, we were having this conversation about the solid waste at the area. We were having a similar conversation about the liquid waste, and I hope that we can work with staff as expeditiously across governmental entities as you have with the tribal authorities and the county, as we would need to work with Santa Fe County and the city of Santa Fe on the liquid waste issues. So it's have to be honest, it got a little bit of jealousy going on. It's like, wow, and if we were dealing with the wastewater treatment issue on the same timeline, it would be wonderful. And I recognize that it is a little bit more complicated and not as easy to resolve, but I have to say good work to the staff, good work, Commissioner Green, and for the work that's been done between the entities to make sure that there is management of the waste there, and just to make sure that the conversation of the wastewater treatment facility stays top of mind as well. Feeling a little down about it. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner, and I look forward to working with everybody involved in the wastewater treatment plant with the city if necessary.
Thank you.
I think I've been quoted saying this before, and by no means do I mean any offense to anybody, but I have found it easier to work with our Pueblo brothers and sisters than it has been to work with our municipal partners. So just FYI. But, you know, anything's possible. I'm always open to better working relationships with all of our partners. So with that, I have a motion from.
I will. You don't have a motion, but I would be happy to make a motion to approve the solid waste transfer permit with the Pueblo of Tesuque, and for the purpose of operating a Santa Fe County solid waste convenience center on the real property owned by the Pueblo of Tesuque.
Second?
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, yay, congratulations.
Thank you.
I think this is a good solution for time being. Okay, next we will go on to, there are no presentations. So then we will go on to matters of public concern. Do we have anybody in the audience who would like to make public comment? Please come up to the dais or the microphone and state your name and where you live or vicinity.
The immediate reason to come here, which was that I heard that Commissioner Hughes was introducing a process change item. Has that discussion already happened?
That discussion has already happened. We had a discussion on a resolution that is directed to engage staff with expert consults regarding the commercial renewable energy project in Santa Fe County, and it is a draft resolution. So if you've read the resolution and you have comments about it, but comments only about the resolution, I'm more than open to having.
Yes, I did not come here today with any technical comments or knowledge about the project or anything like that. What I really wanted to talk about was process. And so I gather that's the subject. I will tell you that I've only recently heard about this, and there's lots of concerned people. I think, to me, it's an indicator that there hasn't been the necessary outreach or the necessary full awareness of the affected communities to participate however they wish to. And so I would just say that I would favor the topic before you, which you haven't acted on evidently, but for more outreach, more confirmation, more study, and I will say this: I respect the positions of the commissioners. However, I think that there need to be ways to for people not to feel besieged and scared that their time is just, they don't know what's going on, they don't feel they can trust what's going on, and I believe that there are some legitimate issues to be raised. So I'm trying to encourage the process to really be aware, because this is precedential. We're going to have a whole administration's energy policy affecting us in our county and everybody else's as well throughout the Intermountain West. So it's important to think through it. And if I could say just one last thing, which is, in my opinion, and I have served in state and federal government. I have not served at the county level. But in my opinion, there needs to be what we tend to do in government is have our application offices open, but not think forward about what it is we're trying to do. And it's my understanding, I've heard some, without being aware of any of you or having worked with any of you, I've gotten the sense that something like Commissioner Hughes' idea or whatever, that there are some ideas in play about how to think further ahead into the future. And, you know, we have limited resources, natural resources, water, open space in exurban areas, and so on. I don't want to take up more of the commission's time other than to say that I think that I could probably help a little bit, if anybody wants, because I've worked in land management, land planning, rulemaking, national, federal, state. Perhaps I'll be seeing some of you tomorrow, or one of my old bosses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just suggest you reach out to your own county commissioner and engage with them directly. No, this is not a dialogue. I'm just giving some suggestion. I'm going to go on to, is there anybody else online? Okay. I will go on to number 9, matters of county, matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The only update that I have for the board is that the fire marshal has issued, pursuant to the Santa Fe County Fire Code, an order that would allow for the resumption of open burning pursuant to duly issued permits in the county. Open burning permits were suspended in July during the driest months of the summer, but due to more favorable conditions, both with regard to cooling temperatures and moisture in the vicinity, the fire marshal has lifted those restrictions. Permits are still required, but this should facilitate folks being able to undertake field maintenance as well as the maintenance of defensible space around homes and structures. That's my only update for the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. And now I'm going to go on to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. I'll start with Commissioner Hughes.
Surprised me, you never picked me first.
I know, I thought I would shake it up.
Well, I just have a couple things also. I was so disappointed last year that we didn't get to go to the grand opening of the Hickory Apache Direct Solar Project that when I met one of the employees of the Hickory Apache Nation, I asked him if I could arrange for a tour, and he said yes. He's put me in touch with that person. So if any of the other, I think I can take one other commissioner with me, as well as any staff members like from sustainability or elsewhere who want to go. So if anybody is interested, please let me know after the meeting, and then later this week I'll suggest some dates for us to go up to the Hickory Apache Nation and see what they're doing. I think it could be very valuable. I mean, I've heard all about it, but sometimes when you see things, and particularly if we're going to have some of those in Santa Fe County, similar type operations, I think it'd be great for some of us to see what it actually looks like and how it operates. So that was one thing. The other thing is, last week We had an evacuation planning presentation by Assistant Chief Martin Vigil in El Dorado. We did not pick a big enough room, and so some people had to sit outside. Fortunately, it was a nice night, and people were still able to hear, I think, although they didn't get the full impact of Martin's nice slideshow. I think we will do that again. Well, we will do that again in the Rancho Viejo area on October 5th. Martin will do that again. He likes to do it in person, but I think given the amount of interest in this and the relevance, in our current situation with, the fire season lasting a lot longer than it used to, I think I may also ask him, I did ask him, and he was willing to do a Zoom one, which could be countywide, and we could record it, and that way people could have access to it if they weren't able to make the original one. So those are coming up, and that's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Green.
Okay, well, thank you. Two little bits of information. One, I was happy to see a survey on the county's website covering STRs, short-term rentals, and putting that out there, but I was a little disappointed in some of the pushy sort of push-pull sort of techniques of the comments of the ways some of the questions were put out there. So I caution staff to make sure that impacts are not only negative, impacts can be positive. Impacts were only made to be negative in this situation, so we will probably only get negative and detrimental impacts reported to us, as well as the ability, it is only for, quote, county residents outside of jurisdictions, and there are people who live adjacent to jurisdictions but live inside jurisdictions but are members of Santa Fe County but live literally just right next door to county property and should have been included in this and should have had a way to participate in this survey regardless. So good first step. I don't know if it will give us as comprehensive or as accurate a survey as we might have wanted, but that was nonetheless good first step. Also, thanking the board and staff for all the hard work of getting the measure, the approval to go ahead and try to get the reassignment of the purchase of the Vista Del Rio project in Espanola. We have some news that we will be working on shortly. At this point, it is not very positive news, but we are going to work on this in the next few hours to see where this is. And if we have to take other steps, I will bring it before the commission to address it as appropriately necessary. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. It's good that Commissioner Hughes brought up the fire issue and having Martin to discuss, emergency evacuation plans and other related topics. That topic has always been very important in my district. And in addition, what has come up for several years now and that we've been trying to work with is the issue of ingress and egress in areas. I think I've commented before that my district has some of the most notorious urban wildland interface areas. And there are several of them that have literally one way in, one way out, or considered more hazardous. Some of those areas, people, and probably for a combination of reasons, have trouble with insurance already at this point because of the risk of wildland fire. So we are actually going to have this as a topic for Coffee with Commish next Wednesday, the 20th. It'll be at Hondo Fire Station 2 from 5:30 to 6:30. And we will have representatives, staff from both Public Works and the Fire Department attending this Coffee with Commish to discuss a project that we already have in the works for planning one ingress egress project and to discuss other needed projects and other related concerns. So I hope everybody in the district who's interested in this can make it to Hondo Fire Station 2 next Wednesday evening. And by the way, really, truly appreciate the staff willing to give their time to do this sort of thing. They've always been incredibly responsive to being able to interact with the public and discuss issues like this, particularly the fire department and frankly, Public Works. They are just fabulous at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Bustamante?
Yes, Madam Chair, I want to take the opportunity as we're approaching strategic planning season, which is a critical and important process for how projects are identified, priorities are established, and entities are funded. The person in the audience that I would like to acknowledge is Dr. Lauren Goldstein from New Mexico State University, who is here. As we work towards our strategic planning processes, I had mentioned a number of months ago the strategic doing process. So Lauren, if it's not evident to the numbers of people in the audience at this point, if you can let us know who you are, and I think there is an opportunity. Lauren is a strategic doing expert supported through New Mexico State University. I have done a number now in effort of strategic doing projects where I've had people who, it's just not as easy as it sounds. It's like, oh yes, we do strategic doing. It's like saying you're doing it, making sure it's done in a way that is both, not both, but replicable, sustainable, and scalable is a whole different avenue, and something that a group of people in setting a priority for something that needs to get done. And there are things that do warrant strategic planning, but then there are those things that in a strategic doing method would actually establish a timeline that's held accountable to getting to a point where we can call those things having been established. I have worked for a number of years, going back into the early 90s, mostly with the city, but also with the county. And we did a lot of strategic planning, La Cienega planning, and there are a lot of what I would call sidewalks, where you have the sidewalks in a plan that are up on a shelf, and someday you might go cross that sidewalk because we laid the pavement for it, but we didn't necessarily opt to go down that path to get what needed to get done, and then some things just never got done. Or for those of us who have worked in any kind of governmental entity, with any governmental entity, is to say, well, yeah, that's a good reason to do it. It's in the strategic plan, right? Oh, absolutely. So we're using the plan as a way to justify an idea that comes up a little bit later. Strategic doing actually says, what is it that we need to get done? Who's going to do it? And how are we going to do it within a planned amount of time? And hold people accountable for doing so. Dr. Goldstein is in the audience, and if the commission had any questions, I leave it to the chair, if the chair is amenable for anyone who had a question about strategic doing. It comes out of Purdue. It is at another academic institution now as a constant academically informed process, but it is simple enough that I could walk my family members through it, because my mom wouldn't otherwise want to get too engaged in something that was problematic. But we could actually do a strategic doing process and come out with some satisfactory, if not better, effort than if we just planned for it. So I'm grateful for your presence. I'm glad that you're able to help us with Santa Fe County. I know that you have some things to get done. It is out of the Agile Systems Lab. It's worthy. It is documented. There are books and now research and work continues, but I am grateful for your presence. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Is she working with Cindy?
You are working with Cindy, I understand. I don't know the depth of it. I did understand when I mentioned it, but so if you had any questions, I don't know the details, but I know that she is working with Cindy in the planning of our strategic doing. So they're strategically planning a strategic doing.
Okay, so we will get to know her through our strategic planning and doing effort. And thank you for being here. I'm going to go on to a few things. I think this evacuation planning is really important. One of my constituents wrote an email to me about making a roadway where there are a bunch of trees, and I thought of Commissioner Bustamante and all the trees being knocked down, and I thought we need to probably do a evacuation planning in Las Campanas and in La Tierra Nueva, because there is 2 ways out and in of that area, but people don't always recognize that Caja del Rio is an exit for Las Campanas. And so I think that Laura and I are working with the Las Campanas HOA and the La Tierra HOA and La Tierra Nueva HOA to see what we can set up, because we have done a Ready, Set, Go demonstration there where people understand the process of the Ready, Set, Go, but it wasn't a large community meeting, and so trying to find a place which would be the Las Campanas Club to do something like this, but that's one of the larger places, but finding a place out there to hold such a meeting might be challenging, but I'm willing to start working on it. So that's something that I am also working on, because I think that it is something, and this came about also because for the last couple of Sundays, one Sunday in August and then the first Sunday in September, there have been fires out on the Caja del Rio. Both started on a Sunday, and people are getting very concerned about what is happening out there. And then there was also a fire at the landfill at the as Commissioner Bustamante has mentioned before, maybe the landfill needs a new name since it's called the Caja del Rio landfill. It doesn't encourage people to recognize that there is a beautiful plateau out there that needs to be protected, and people thinking that the landfill is anywhere out there on the plateau. So I think there's some work there. At my next coffee and tea, which is September 30th, Jennifer Labar from the film office will be speaking, and then we'll also be talking about strategic planning and the results of our first couple of days of strategic planning. I wanted to mention that in regards to the short-term rental survey, which I think was, I also agree, more positive items is always good. The Santa Fe, the Old Santa Fe Association sent out the link, so maybe that will help bring in a lot more different people than just the people who it was sent to. Yeah, and then on September 19th, as a member of the City of Santa Fe River Commission, Councilor Romero Worth is going to hold a discussion on the 2 Mile Pond, which is actually in Commissioner Hamilton's district, but I sit on the River Commission, and so I'm quite aware of those issues.
What date?
September 19th. From 5:30 to 7 at the Santa Fe Convention Center. And I think it's an important discussion of what's happening in the upper reaches of the river. And then I wanted to say a few more words about Governor Richardson, because I think there's a lot of things that have not been said, but I wanted to say things that are in relationship to Santa Fe County. And I got to know Governor Richardson in the 80s, and one of the first things, I mean, he was our congressman, so, you know, he was a lot larger than life personality in New Mexico. And so, you know, many of us, and I think it's one of the great things about New Mexico, is that we do have access to our federal senators and our federal delegation and representatives, and he was available. And so through that time, I got to know him, and I'm just going to mention a few of the things that I feel he was very instrumental in. When he was Secretary of the Energy, after the Cerro Grande fire, I was the chair of the Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety, and he was always very supportive of that organization. And I contacted him and asked him to send people from the Department of Energy to that conference. And it was a conference of over 450 people. It was Cerro Grande and the aftermath. And Governor Richardson, well, he was Secretary Richardson at that point, was very engaged and really wanted to make sure that constituents and of Santa Fe County knew what was happening with that fire and what they could do and how the Department of Energy could be of help. And I was incredibly grateful. I feel like it's one of the things that made that conference successful, because he sent high-level representation to the conference. The other item that pertains to Santa Fe County is that when I was community development director of Oshara Village, and the county directed the developers of Oshara Village to build the Northeast Connector, that was kind of a poison pill for the Oshara Village. And Alan Hoffman, who I worked for, said, "You're in charge of getting this federal highway right-of-way." And so we went to DOT a number of times, and they were so kind to say, "You're never, ever going to get this right-of-way, so you might as well just leave." Well, I think any of you who know me up here, that's not a good thing to say to me, that it's never going to happen, because it just makes me work harder. So fortunately, I had been appointed by Governor Richardson as the chair of the acupuncture board for the state of New Mexico, and I had a meeting with him, and I took all of our information about the Northeast Connector, and I presented it to him, and I said, "I really need your help. We need this federal highway right-of-way." And he said, "However I can help," and he signed off. He made an appointment with Rhonda and next week we were in her office, and we had the federal highway right-of-way. And that is the direct result of what we are facing today. You know, we are finally building the Northeast-Southeast Connector, but in essence, without Governor Richardson's help at that moment in time, this was 2006 or 7, you know, we wouldn't have the Northeast-Southeast Connector, because nobody at DOT was willing to help us. So, you know, those are just a few of the examples of his willingness to care about all of New Mexico. And I just think we were all so fortunate to know somebody like him. Of course, we all have our good and bad points, but I think his good points way outweighed the bad, and all the great things that he gave to the state of New Mexico and to Santa Fe County. I will be eternally grateful. So I just wanted to say a few really positive things that he has done for Santa Fe County, for us, and how much I respect him and how much I learned from him. And I was so grateful I got to see him at Eric Witt's memorial. And have a short interaction with him and be able to talk to him, and the fact that he always knew me by my first name and always called me Anna. And I am honored that I had that kind of relationship with him. And I also know that, we had a previous county manager, Catherine Miller, who worked for Governor Richardson, who I know is really shocked by his leaving us so soon, and what a good relationship that she also had with him. And he also always loved smart, beautiful women. And I don't think he would ever deny that. He was always like that. One of my favorite remembrances of him is that when he was running for governor in 2003, I think it is, I was working at the campaign headquarters, and all of a sudden I was at one end of the building, was over in the La Montanita area, that building that we own, and he said, "Well, where's Anna Hansen?" And luckily I was there and I was working, so he found me, and I'll never remember that he came and was looking for me, and I was there working, so I got brownie points for sure. But I just felt like we should take a few minutes here to really respect him and pay attention to the great things that he did for Santa Fe County. And I want to open up the floor for any of us to also say a few more words.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that, and there's something that has just been heavy on my mind, and this is a great forum to share one thing that he said to me, and there were a number of issues. One of them was solid waste back in the day. When he was the secretary of the Department of Energy, and was on the New Mexico Recycling Coalition, and we were trying to work in establishing the Caja del Rio landfill at that time, and a guy named Justin Stockdale was around. But the next time, and I have to say this is Santa Fe County Direct, a big major thank you. At the time, at the 599 and West Frontage Road, right before La Cienega, there was one accident after another, 9 fatalities in a 2-year period. It was absurd. And Senator Stefanix and I sat down, she was representative at the time, sat down with, at the time, Senator Bill Richardson, and he looked square at us and said, "What do you want? Just be bold. Be bold. No, be bold." In other words, no petting around, no, you got to go for it. Like, tell us exactly what you want. We said, we want that money that's been approved for the Highway 14. Nobody on Highway 14 wants it. Take that money, put it at the 599 and fix that intersection. That's all I needed to know. Be bold. And it's been on my mind. I ran into him at the airport this summer, and everything I think of when I think of Bill Richardson is be bold. And I think that's a great thing to take away in this conversation. So thank you for the opportunity to share that with my fellow commissioners, because Bill Richardson said, be bold and don't waffle.
No,
Just go for it.
No messing around.
No messing around. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I have a Bill Richardson story that I always used to tell because it's funny, but the context is, this was back when they used to have earmarks, and now they have them again, but he was considering a $1.5 million contribution to Santa Fe for affordable housing. And I had one of my first projects that I was working on when he was a congressman, and I definitely needed about $500,000 for that. So I went to this fundraiser for some other group, and I was one of the few people who hung around to the end of their auction. So for $25, I bought lunch with Bill Richardson, our congressman. So I got to eat with him at a very fancy restaurant, and the first thing he asked me, of course, is, "Well, how much did you pay for me?" I said, $25. He's like, "Oh." But anyway, we did get the money. He asked me about it, and we got it. But at the end of the meal, I had fish, and I never eat the skin. And so, at the end of the meal, he looks at my skin. He says, "Are you going to eat that?" I said, "No. You mind if I have it?" So he pulls the trout skin off my plate and
He's
ate
a
it.
real New Mexican.
Yeah, it was a very worthwhile lunch, and I only paid $25. The lunch itself was worth at least $50. So anyway, yeah, he was a lot of fun, and like I said, I was shocked when he passed away.
Yeah.
Yes, we did get the money, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Bill Richardson, and when you asked, and if you were bold, he most likely said yes. You know, it was once in a while. I mean, he'd say no, but if you asked and pushed, he was going to go along. So, anybody else have any comments before we go on?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in that spirit, you know, I usually, when I've got a few stories that I won't tell here about Governor Richardson, but I will take the spirit and, first off, say that when we lose somebody, use that spirit to empower you and double down on what they teach you, right? They can't be here to do what they do best, but we can pick that up. And so by the five of us here recognizing what Governor Richardson did best, or Eric Witt before him, if we double down on what they taught us, we will be 5 times more powerful potentially. Governor Richardson also took New Mexico on a global stage, and that is the challenge that all of us should recognize, is that when we have an opportunity to be greater than what our small county and our small state has, we should take those opportunities to shine, and to be brighter than anybody would ever expect us to be. And so the governor of a small state, one of the smallest, one of the poorest, one that many people can't find on a map, he put us on the map. And we are poor for the loss of him, but we were richer for his service. So I appreciate all of that, and I be bold, as Commissioner Bustamante said, and ask and demand to be heard and be bigger, punch above our weight, and be bigger than we are. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyhow, I just wanted to have an opportunity for us to remember him, because I think we all are influenced by him and his boldness and bigness, and him living large in New Mexico. With that, unless there's the county manager or anyone else.
Elected officials.
Elected officials. I'm going to go to...
If possible, Madam Chair, I'd just like to mention that we are coming up on the regular local election this fall, and information about the election can be found on the county clerk's website. As we finalize the ballot and get the whole list of questions and everything that will be on the ballot, there will be information, more information on the website. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other elected officials online? Danielle?
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials join virtually.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll go on to matters from a county attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 10-15-1 H7 and MSA 1978. And this is specifically including Patrick Hall individually and his parent, and ex-friend of Kenai Hall, and Cassius Hall versus County of Santa Fe and State of New Mexico Department of Public Safety, case number D-101-CV-2021-02379.
Can I please have a motion to go into executive session?
Madam Chair, I move to go into executive session to discuss the item just described.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. I have a second from Commissioner Green. A roll call vote, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
and Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. We are now in executive session. We will be back here at 5 o'clock sharp for the public hearing that we will hear at 5 o'clock. Thank you very much.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Holgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Holgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
5:02. Can I please have a motion to come out of executive session?
I motion to come out of executive session, making a note that no decisions were made or no items were discussed other than what was on the agenda, and decisions were made.
No decisions were made.
No decision. Well, decision was made pursuant to recommendations and guidance for the attorney.
There was no decisions
No
made.
decision was made. Okay, thank you. So specifically, no decision was made.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next, we will go on to number 12, public hearing to be heard no earlier than 5 p.m. It is 5:03. The case 2023-5150, Tierra Pitata, conceptual plan approval. DK Horton applicant, New Mexico Land Solutions LLC agent, etc. Kenneth Quintana, case manager.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having me today this afternoon. PR Horton applicant through New Mexico Land Solutions LLC request approval of a conceptual plan for 138 mixed lot use major subdivision known as Tierra Pintada with a total of 32.143 acres. The subject property is located at 4475 NM14, which is within the mixed use zoning district. The applicant is requesting conceptual plan approval for a 138-lot mixed-use major subdivision known as Tierra Pintada to be completed in 2 phases on a total of 32.16 acres. The conceptual plan contemplates a minimum of 137 single-family lots and 1 non-residential lot to be developed in 2 phases. The minimum proposed overall net density is 4 dwellings per acre, as shown in Exhibit 2. The final lot dwelling count will be established at the subdivision platting stage for each phase. However, the maximum number of lots for each phase is as follows. Phase 1, 78 lots and 1.5 acres of non-residential use. Phase 2, 60 lots. The applicant is not proposing accessory dwellings, as studies and reports provided to staff only address 1 dwelling per lot. The applicant will need to provide transfers of development rights to obtain the 138 lots proposed for the development. The TDR certificates must be fully executed by the Santa Fe County Planning Department prior to receiving future final plat approval associated with each phase proposed for the Tierra Pintada development. A total of 22 TDRs are required for this development at this current rate in Chapter 12. Due to the fact that the TDR section of the SLDC is under review, staff will review the total TDRs required with the preliminary and final plat submittal. The application that is before BCC at this time is a request for conceptual plan approval for a 138 lot subdivision with 137 residential lots and 1 lot at 1.58 acres of non-residential uses to be completed in 2 phases on a total of 32.16 acres. The applicant has addressed the conceptual plan approval criteria identified in section 4.9.9.6 of the SLDC as stated below. The applicant has provided the required studies, reports, and assessments for this application. This application has been reviewed for the following applicable design standards as per Chapter 7, Sustainable Design Standards of the SLDC. Fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, road design standards, access and traffic, utilities, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, affordable housing, and affordable housing. Staff's recommendation. Staff finds that all facts presented support the request for a conceptual plan approval. Review agency comments conditionally support the request for conceptual plan approval, and the application meets the submittal requirements and the design standards as set forth in the SLDC. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the conceptual plan request for a mixed-use subdivision with 138 lots and 1.58 acres of non-residential development, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
You may.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Questions from the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
So at this point, there's just one detailed question. Is it 137 lots and 1 lot of non-residential, or 138 lots and 1 lot of non-residential?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it is a total of 138 total, with one of those lots being 1 non-residential.
So, thank you. Because in fact, it says 138 lots and one point area point, so it makes it sound like, which includes, it would have been a little more clear. Small point. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Other questions from the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just wanted to say I'm glad to see that we'd be using transfer of development rights in this project. It's probably the biggest and first one that would use those. And I know we're going to probably change the rules next week, but they should make it easier to use, not harder. So that's all good. I did have a question. I noticed that there's a plan for street lights. Is that required in a subdivision like this? I live in a subdivision with no street lights, and I kind of enjoy the dark sky.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the streetlights are not a requirement, a part of the subdivision.
So I guess my suggestion might be that the developer might save money by doing what other subdivisions do and not have any street lights, and let people put lights on the outside of their house if they feel like they need lighting outside. And also, just one other question. I assume this is true that all the roads would be paved in this subdivision?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay, because I'm tired of hearing about people living on dirt roads who don't like dirt after the first month. And then my final question is, what does the open space consist of? I assume it's the green area on the map on page 6, the green, and maybe part of the whatever's behind the one commercial lot. Is there any plan for that open space? And maybe that's a question for the applicant later on. I don't know.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the open space will also consist of the trail network that they are also proposing within the conceptual plan. And to further elaborate, the agent will also express more in detail where that open space will be at this time.
Okay, well, those are my questions for now, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think maybe my questions go later in this process, as this is the first of the preliminary hearings, but I'll start with the questions and you can defer and say they will be answered by the applicant later. But question about the possibility of accessory dwelling units. The fact that there are none proposed now, will that restrict it, or will that be something that they can change this in between the preliminary and the final, or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, at this time, it is not present in this proposal. However, they may change in future. However, they will need to update their studies, reports, and assessments to reflect the addition of accessory dwelling units.
And what would be the issues, like traffic and water and wastewater?
Correct.
And in this case, traffic, it is at a very high traffic intersection, so it probably passes that standard. No guarantee of that, but of course they would have to do an assessment of that. Water, this is on county water, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's correct.
And then it's on sewer line, so it has ample sewer as well, correct?
Correct.
Are there any other restrictions that would preclude them from potentially having an ADU on a high percentage of units?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, not at this time.
Not at this time, okay. That's great. And then are there any amenities that are required to be declared at this point, such as a playground for kids, a dog park for dogs and their people, other things like that that are in the open space plan, or does that come later, or is that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, when the applicant does a presentation, I believe that would answer the questions.
Okay, wonderful. I'll save that for then. And then in the case of the commercial lots, I saw in the drawing, it kind of looks like it was 3 spaces in one commercial lot. Is that 3 commercial condos on one lot? Or did that just happen to be 3 squares stacked next to each other and it could end up becoming one larger pad?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, at this time, there are no final design for this, so it could just be a simple pad at this time. However, I will let the applicant or the agent address that further in their presentation.
Okay, wonderful. And I just have some design questions that I'll let the applicant sort of explain, and then we'll come back to that later if I may. Thank you.
That sounds fine. Okay, the applicant, would you like to give your presentation? I saw that you gave a jump drive to Matt, so I'm assuming you have something to show us.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is correct. This morning.
You already know the drill. All right, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, my name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with New Mexico Land Solutions, LLC, located at 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I am representing D.R. Horton of New Mexico.
And that you're under oath.
And I am under oath.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I do have a brief presentation to give. I believe you can see that on your screen here. I'd like to thank Kenny. I think he did a really good job of explaining the key points of the application, and hopefully this presentation will answer some more questions that you may have. So this project is a mixed-use community, and right now we're going through the conceptual plan process. Next steps will be preliminary and final plat applications for each phase. Oh, Matt, I think this is dead. Okay, there we go. Kenny already kind of went through this. This is in the mixed-use zoning district just outside of the CCD area, but within the SDA growth area of Santa Fe County. This Highway 14 area is experiencing a lot of growth right now, and this development is adjacent to the Via Vista development, which was one of the first developments out there on Highway 14, actually. As you can see, these are the existing conditions of the site. It's a 32-acre vacant piece of land in between the NM 599 frontage road and Highway 14. Kenny already kind of went through this, but we are proposing 137 single-family residential lots and one 1.5-acre non-residential lot. We are also providing 21 affordable housing lots, and this will be developed in 2 phases. So right here you can see the phase line, which contains phase 1 will be the southern portion of the site, which includes the non-residential track. Right now, that is outlined at a 7,500 square foot retail, but the whole 1.5 acres will be eligible for development and will be site specific to whatever developer decides to come in and develop that commercial tract. That will be contingent upon a site development plan application submitted through the land use department and have its own separate SRAs that are reviewed. We did include that in phase 1 of the development. As stated earlier, this area is experiencing a lot of growth right now, and we feel like the commercial could really be supported by our development and future developments in the area. And those uses will be contingent on what's allowed in the mixed-use zoning district in the SLDC use matrix. Commissioner Green, you had some questions in regard to accessory dwelling units. Right now, with the lot sizes being what they are, that could be challenging. It also would, in essence, require us to double our water budget and also double the roads that we're working with. Right now, the type of road that we're using requires a 50-foot right-of-way. If we were to increase that, it could go up to 80 feet of right-of-way, which could be problematic. Still would require the same driving surface, but the right-of-way would increase significantly. They're also providing sidewalks throughout the development, as well as on-street parking for extra parking. Right now, I believe we're over-parked, and we're providing a pretty substantial amount. I think it's almost 3.5 spaces per lot throughout the development. As Kenny stated, the green area is going to be open space. There's also an internal trail network that will be on the perimeter of the development that can basically be accessed through all of the sidewalks within the development. We're also doing a substantial amount of landscaping and a 6-foot high wall throughout the development to help screen and buffer the 599 frontage road, as well as New Mexico 14 and the existing Via Vista subdivision. Another key factor in this is that we're building the main stem of the road, and we're going to pave Pueblo Garcia Road as part of this development. Right now it's a dirt road, and that leads to the development to the west of the site. They'll get a brand new road as part of phase 1 and as a part of this development as well. And with that, I stand for any questions, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Nathan. So I have a few questions also. So what exactly is the lot size? How many square feet?
So the typical lot size is 40 by 110. And you can see that on the bottom right-hand corner of the project breakdown diagram. There are some lots that are a little bigger than that, but the typical rectangular lot is going to be that 40 by 110 dimension. And the
Okay, so-
typical home size in this development will be 2,400 square feet.
And the homes, are they all going to be identical?
Madam Chair, the homes will be, we're not quite there yet, but they will be similar to the homes that D.R. Horton has developed in the city of Santa Fe. When we move forward with our preliminary and final plat application, we will provide some conceptual renderings to the board if you'd like. But I believe they have 4 or 5 different product types that will be dispersed throughout the development and will all fit under that 2,400 square foot footprint.
So, just so you know, after driving through Oshara recently, I realized how incredibly beautiful that village was. And the last thing I want to see is a bunch of more cookie cutter developments with houses that all look the same. You know, and I see that this continually happening, and it's really unappealing. And are these also going to be New Mexico style houses?
Madam Chair, yes, D.R. Horton does provide a Santa Fe, New Mexico style product. And I'm not sure on the exact number, but I know it's 4 or 5 different housing types. That it won't be one housing type. It'll be multiple housing types that are used.
And then are you planning to have a park?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, a park is not required of this. There is an extensive trail system throughout, and there is some green space that is in the area. There is a pretty significant amount of ponding that's going to have to be done. There's not going to be on-site ponding. It'll be centralized ponding throughout. There are areas that could potentially have a pocket park, but that's not a requirement for this application.
So what are these green, like the oval and the 2 ovals and the odd shaped?
Those are ponding areas.
Okay, so those are both ponding areas.
Yes.
Okay. And then the commercial is the pink.
That is correct, to the southeast of the development.
And are you going to put a Dollar General there?
That is up to whoever buys it. I will not be a part of that. But yeah, that will abide by the allowable uses under the mixed use use table.
And what about solar?
I believe they're in talks of looking at solar. They do provide solar in some of their other developments throughout New Mexico. Right now, we were really just focusing on lot count, lot layout, circulation. When we go forward for the phase 1 preliminary and final development plan, I think we'll have more of those questions answered.
And how many trees do you plan to plant? I mean, like what I realized, one of the things that made Oshara so beautiful was the amount of foliage and treescape that it had.
Madam Chair, right now this is very conceptual, but this is if you look at the perimeter of the site, there will be a pretty substantial amount, and there's some conceptual cross sections of what landscape would look like alongside the perimeter of the development, as well as within the trail system. There is going to be a pretty good amount of foliage to reduce the required setback from Highway 14 and 599 frontage. So when we come forward for final plat, we will have a full landscaping plan with a full breakdown of the number of trees, but based off what we're trying to achieve and trying to create a buffer between our development and other developments, there's going to be a pretty significant amount of trees incorporated into the development.
So I live in an old STAM house in Casa Alegre, and one of the nicest things that STAM did was he made sure that everyone planted trees in front of their house. It looks like if these houses are 2,400 square feet and you have 4,000 square lot, you would have room for trees.
Madam Chair, that is correct. Yes, you would have, go back here. There would be backyard, some backyard space within front and backyard space within each lot that could accommodate trees, and we could incorporate that into the restrictive covenants that each homeowner is allowed to plant trees within their yard. That's pretty standard.
Okay, I think that's all questions I have right now. I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. Could you give more details on the ponding? I assume it's originally being put there as construction runoff management. Is it going to be preserved? Is it going to be recontoured?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I actually have our civil engineer online that may be able to better field that question. We have done some preliminary grading and drainage plans for the ponds. I believe the intent is to have curb and gutter throughout, capture both roof runoff and street runoff in those centralized ponding areas. But Justin Simonson from Fred Arfman and Associates, Isaacson and Arfman and Associates, is online on WebEx and can answer that in more detail if you'd like.
Well, I whether it's answered now or I assume when this is a conceptual plan design, I don't know whether this is the time to try to get this, the plans, or whether drainage or the consideration of, you mentioned having to capture roof runoff and whatnot, the idea of keeping that water on in the development and infiltrated.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of replacing some of that 3 ponds with like rain gardens that can accommodate infiltration of that quantity of water might be worth considering, both for the trees that should be planted and for
absolutely, Madam Chair.
Management of mitigation of future flooding.
Absolutely. Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, it's hard to see, but if you look at the how the ponding, you could see a skinny next to phase 1 on the south end. That's where it'll be piped into that bigger pond next to the commercial area. And along there's passive opportunities to water some of the trees and landscape that we have in that area. I believe that the site slopes downwards toward those ponds, and that's why we located the ponds in the areas that we did. But like I said, Justin can feel free to join in if you.
Sure. I mean, I'm welcome to his comments and inputs. I would just strongly recommend considering the alternatives, because lots of developments over time, including in this area, have done what used to just be the simple requirement of having ponds to capture initial runoff, and the county, as you well remember, experiences flooding, and so they're inadequate to the future with climate change, which is upon us. It's no longer the future, and there are a lot of other co-benefits to consider. Things that encourage infiltration from those rooftops, which you could do probably just as cheaply as the ponding.
Madam Chair, absolutely. And right now there still is time We're at the conceptual phase, so absolutely, those are great comments, and we will definitely take those into consideration moving
you.
forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, and just one thought, 40 by 100 is more or less 1/10 of an acre, which is probably problematic for considering having AUs on. If you don't think so, that's great, push the question, it's,
Commissioner Bustamante?
Madam Chair, thank you. I recognize that this is just the conceptual plan. I just have to, the Aldo Leopold land ethic and species that are threatened, and this is just a conceptual plan, but I have to sit here honestly and say this is just absolutely breaking my heart, knowing that in the 60s we had horned toads everywhere, and in the 70s they were on the endangered species list. And I am all too aware of turtles in this area. There are turtles from there to Colibri. When I saw that getting torn up and knowing that I had pulled over and put turtles, tried to relocate them, but they go back to where they came from and there's no habitat for them, I feel like I'm as far woke, like I could get arrested in Florida for what I'm saying right now, but I hope that as we move forward, and I'm saying this understanding where we are in this planning phase, but I literally relocated a turtle going that direction to Santa Fe Community College within the last 5 years. Well, no, that's not true. We lost 3 with COVID, 10. That's a heartbreak. So onward ho, American development, human development. We've got to exist. We've got to make home. It's a conceptual plan, but let's look around before we start taking in the bulldozers. I'm literally gulping here. I've seen animals get destroyed and habitat consistently get destroyed. It's our life. Here we are. It's all I have to say, but I hope I say it to everyone who knows that species that have existed and then become extinct matter. And I'm not the only one who understands Aldo Leopold's land ethic. It became something people looked back on when we start destroying wildlife habitat. That's all I have.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. I just had a couple more questions for Nathan. I think, we've already talked about climate change a few times here, and solar panels would be a great idea, but along with that would be not putting natural gas into the homes. I'm trying to save the developer money here on lighting and on utilities, but sometime in the next 10 or 20 years, we're going to have to stop using natural gas for good because it creates such greenhouse gas effects in its production and its use. And so I don't know if you've given, I think that's probably coming at a later stage. Is that right? Or have you given any thought to just providing, electrical heat pumps for heating and cooling?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, unfortunately, I don't think we're quite there yet. But I do think there's some good discussion going on right now, and we'll go back and consider some of these, requests as we move forward with preliminary and final plat. And I will definitely let our client know your concerns.
Thank you. And then, does the trail system have the ability to connect to the Arroyo Hondo Trail that goes to the 599 station? Is that part of the plan?
Right now, you can see to the north, that intersection on 599. There is a potential connection point to the 599 and I-25 Rail Runner station. There's also some other projects within the area that are looking to do a pretty substantial trail expansion and improvement to that area as well as the Arroyo Chamizo. As things develop and occur, I ultimately think that's going to be the case. But right now, we'd have to go and work with DOT because that is their right-of-way, and there are some access control constraints in that area that may become problematic, but that intersection on 599 would be a good connection point. It is a signalized intersection, and if any connections were to occur, it would definitely be in that area.
Yeah, because I think, this is so close to the Rail Runner station that, for someone who wanted to ride their bike or just walk even to, get to downtown Santa Fe or downtown Albuquerque on public transit, that could be a real selling point for this neighborhood.
Absolutely, and as I stated, there's a really exciting trail improvements, expansions that are coming to that area that are being worked on in other projects in the vicinity. So, we're excited for that too.
And I guess I would just add to what others have said that I think some of this open space, if it could be made into some kind of a park or a playground or even a dog park, people like those kind of amenities. And I know in the neighborhoods I've lived in, people, even if people don't use it very much, they like to look at it and see a nice public space.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we are in talks with engaging with a landscape architect. We have looked at seating areas. I don't know if we've looked at pocket parks, but we have looked at some seating areas that would allow for covered seating areas. That would be a nice amenity as well for the area.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Green?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nathan. So I appreciate all the added detail that was provided on top of what Kenny did here. So now I'm kind of ready to dig into this. And first, actually, let me digress for a second to Commissioner Bustamante. We had a moose within 6 blocks of this building this morning. Marty the moose came down from the mountains and was over here by Fort Marcy Park this morning, and sadly was relocated to the north, so we won't be seeing Marty the moose anymore. But he was.
I'm sad.
Yeah, I am sad actually. We should have adopted him, so that's all right. So, but okay. So, questions about the trails. I see. I appreciate the trails being in here, and I appreciate the sidewalks in here. But 2 details or 3 details that I see here that I wish the trails extended around the entire loop of the project, right? So you've got it along the corner at 599 and the frontage road, half of the frontage road and half of Highway 14, but you don't have it continuing, so it's like a dead end, right? And so it's a trail system should be a loop or should connect to your neighbors or both, actually. So if you have the opportunity to connect this south on 14, further west on the I-25 frontage road, along your buffer there, that would be wonderful. I would also recommend trying to get to the Valle Vista and at least offering a pedestrian connection to the Valle Vista neighborhood. I think there is a way to do that where that pond is, that strange shaped pond. Anyway, just to think about that. I'll remember that when you come for final, so I'd like to see that in there. Second thing along that is the idea of different types of open space amenities. Like open space as just dry field is okay, but not as good as, when you have a pond, it's a great opportunity to put a little wetland in there and to have either a playground or shady area or both. And so I look at that connection where the Garcia neighborhood is over there. I knew families way back, they raised their kids in there, and hopefully you're going to have an area that you're going to be encouraging families to move into this neighborhood as well. And so a playground would be wonderful, right? And to encourage those families to be there as opposed to second homes for a bunch of retired Texans that probably might have grandchildren but really are not looking for homes to raise families. So there's types of parks. There's dog parks. There's a pickleball court or active parks. There are playgrounds and then just passive green space where you really accentuate it with tall cottonwood native trees that can help suck up some of this water that you've got in the ponds. So maybe surrounding all of your ponds with taller trees that really make that happen, including along that buffer, along that south and western side where you've got that channeled water underneath. And so a rain garden that allows those areas to have taller trees that harvest that. Keep going to this sort of sustainability aspect of this. And so we've talked about the idea of water harvesting, we've talked about solar, we've talked about all electric facilities, and we've talked about ADUs. And so water harvesting is using less water, right? Reusing water. Solar is using, renewable energy. Electrification is using less carbon-based energy. And the ADU allows you to have more units and a mixed product for folks to rent, right? So to Commissioner Hamilton's point, concern about is it big enough? It's possible, right? An ADU does not have to be more than 500 square feet, more than 100 square feet. And the ADU makes an affordability factor and a multi-generational home factor that might allow somebody to say, I'm going to buy this house and this is expensive, right? I don't think these are going to be cheap. But by being able to rent an ADU, it makes it more affordable. And it solves our problem in the community of we need rentals, and it makes a mixed community. So you have renters living alongside people that are primary owners. So when I look at these 4 types of sustainability factors, water harvesting, solar use, the ADU, and an all-electric footprint, I would almost hope that every single house would have at least one factor, one of these things. So it's an all sustainable, at least one thing. So if 25% of your houses had water harvesting, great. If 25% had solar, keep going. If 25% and each one had something that made it special and made it different, to Commissioner Hansen's sort of changing the variety of the housing stock in there would be an opportunity to say that we built a sustainable community, each with its own impact mitigation as part of and solution to that. I also really want to encourage the idea of building the ADU at time of construction. You guys are mass home builders, right? D.L. Horton is we'll build 1,000 homes at a time. The cost of adding a 400 or 500 square foot ADU at time of construction is probably close to 50 cents on the dollar for an additional unit. No additional cost of utilities or marginal, very little cost of mobilization and all those extra costs. So the more you could put into this, the more I will be happy, and I bet you my other commissioners will be happier that you were listening to us and said, we did 20% at time of construction. And that would, I don't know if I'm willing to put it in as a condition of approval right now, but it's a very heavy encouragement.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I think those are all great ideas. The key is doing that within the parameters of the SLDC, and the improvements that would be required if we were to do that. Like I said, there's certain thresholds once you exceed. For example, if we go above 2,500 square feet of heated area, we need to put a cistern. These lots are not that big to accommodate a cistern. That also adds a pretty significant cost to the overall home price to add that kind of system. So there's certain things that we would have to overcome within the SLDC, and may even trigger some potential variances to the code if some of those changes were incorporated with the preliminary and final plat. So, I think collectively that's going to be an effort where there may have to be some code changes that allow for more flexibility with the ADUs. I agree, multifamily, generational family housing is huge right now. There's a lot of people that can't afford a home and live with their parents. So having that separate space would be nice. But There's a lot of challenges, but I see I see the idea, I see the train of thought, and
If
I
I
get
may,
it.
if we put this as a condition of approval, does that mitigate the need for a variance? Because it then sort of makes you have to figure it out, and that might direct staff to work with you to figure out how to make it work. If it's not a condition, then you can,
That's
okay, well.
that's not possible.
So there's a test case here, right? A cistern is the water harvesting, right? So we're talking about maybe that's the sustainability aspect that you overcome having the footprint size issue for those lots. And I'm not talking about doing it for
All of the lots.
all of
yeah,
them,
just a
like,
percentage.
but the concept of being able to do, say, that you delivered 10% of these units, 14 units, or whatever that number is, with an ADU, and you come back to us and say, at the end of the day here, A, we delivered this, and B, the incremental cost to us was this, look, it works, we will all feel like we were moving in that right direction as opposed to wait till the next project and wait till you update this thing. You guys, as a mass builder, have the opportunity to do that in a way that I know that it doesn't impact you so much. And you solve our problem here of this multi-generational housing issue. And if you don't have people, family to rent it to a doctor, nurse, teacher, or whoever. So anyway, I highly encourage you to bring a percentage that is significant and figure that out if you can.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I'll talk to our client, and I'll also work with staff to see if those changes were incorporated, if it could be done without any variances and wouldn't prolong the process of
development.
moving
Yeah, of
forward
course.
with the preliminary and final plat.
Wonderful, thank you. And then, so also those connections to the trails and those park outdoor amenities would be great to see incorporated into this. So anyway,
Thank you, Commissioner Green. So I think that all those things are important to think about because you are getting TDRs and you are able to increase the density that you might not have been able to do otherwise. So just another point of reference. I want to go to the public hearing. I want to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public here who wishes to speak for or against this project? Is there anybody online?
Madam Chair, we have one speaker online.
Okay.
The speaker's name is Justin Simonson.
I think he's the landscape. If that, he might want to say something, I think, in possibly regards to Commissioner Hamilton's question. Is it?
Yes, my name is Justin Simonson, and I did want to just speak to that. I'm with a civil engineering firm that's working on this project, and I wanted to just speak a little bit about those ponding areas. Can you hear me?
Justin, we do need to get you sworn in, though.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna assume you're raising your right hand. Do you
Yes.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and I know you've already stated your name, but please do so again, including your address and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, Justin Simonson, 128 Monroe Street, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87108.
And that you're under oath.
Yes, and I am under oath. Tell the truth. So I just did want to speak to that, the ponding. We do intend to have those blue areas as the stormwater ponding areas, and we place them in those landscape areas with the intent to have that water harvesting and recharging, as you were mentioning. We'll be utilizing storm drain systems within the road to direct it to that. But once they get into that area, we do hope that the landscape plan, once we get to that level, does include those trees and further landscaping of those to blend them in, but also allow for that water recharging. And I stand for other questions on that, but that I just wanted to make that statement.
Later, after public hearing. Okay, so if there anybody else, Justin, please stay in line. There will be a question, but I want to continue with public hearing. Is there anybody else in the audience in the chamber who wishes to speak for or against this project? Okay, please come forward. You will have to be, you will have to identify yourself and get sworn in by the deputy clerk.
Hello, my name is.
Come on.
All right, please come up to the microphone, and we're gonna give the oath first, and then we'll do the individual names. Okay, so please raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. And for each of you, would you please, for the record, state your name, your address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid? And I'm going to ask you to go into the microphone so our stenographer can hear it.
My name is Albert Martinez, and I live in the area, and my address is 1915 Pueblo Garcia Road. And our question is, how is it going to affect our area going into, with all this going on?
My name is Jennifer Tejas, address 1915 Pueblo Garcia Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. And something about being under oath. This is our first time.
So what's your comment?
So our concern is we live in the area coming in on Pueblo Garcia Road. So we're already in the housing development that's already built and stabilized there. Our concerns is having so many more property and construction coming up with the amount of water in the area, potentially the amount of traffic buildup, the amount of the school district, lots of concerns with crime and available, police and units, they're able to monitor the areas. Those are our biggest concerns when it comes to how is it going to impact the people who are already living in that area with the building, and then once it's built, the people and all the extra coming in. So that's what our main concern is for being here today. Unless there's anything else you'd like to add.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else who has public comment? Okay, I am going to close matters of public concern or public comment and go back first to Justin, and I'm going to let Commissioner Hamilton. She has a question for him, and then I will go to Commissioner Hughes. Is he on?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
Okay, this is sort of a response with regard to stormwater runoff ponds are not what I'm recommending at all for consideration. I know they're the classic approach for containing runoff during construction. They don't do anything in the long term for infiltration to groundwater or for retaining water on site. When you have, I actually am quite in favor of the idea of dense development in selected areas and of including AUs, which increases impervious surface, right? So the question is, what are the impacts of that impervious surface? And in areas where you get lots of development, specifically the areas we identify for encouraging dense development, you get more and more runoff during heavy rainstorms. We have climate change and know that we're getting bigger rainstorms at any one time, so you end up with flooding because all of the developments tend to run into the same drainage areas, right? And it's a cumulative effect. And so, but it's predictable. You don't know when it's going to happen, but you know it's going to happen. And so what we're going to get is more and more flooding. And one thing you can do are different variations on the rain garden concept, where instead of just ponding on the surface, you actually build structures that help the water infiltrate, and it has lots of side benefits, including keeping water, increasing groundwater recharge, having water that stays on site so all your plantings do better, so that the whole area is much nicer. In general, the more we had of that in the county, the more water we would keep within the county and mitigate climate change effects that include Dust Bowl type generation of soil problems. And it would be very, very logical to think of using that kind of mitigation to, I've had this preliminary conversations with Penny Ellis Green and other staff. So it's something that isn't currently considered, but I think would be a good idea to consider for allowing denser development. You can have denser development if you mitigate some of the negative impacts. And frankly, there are a lot of places, lots of times when putting in rain gardens and is cheaper than doing doing and maintaining stormwater ponds. So it's a horrible expression, but it can be a win-win if you have better co-benefits of doing this kind of rain garden engineering and could actually accommodate higher density, more impervious roof area without the negative impacts that go with it. So that's what I'm suggesting, and I think it would be a really good idea to consider that and maybe do some negotiations on using it for mitigating higher development. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if someone on our staff could address the traffic and water use aspects of the project. I think they were addressed briefly in the material we were given, but I know there was some sort of traffic study and also a ready, willing, and able letter for water, but if case manager or one of the other growth management people I see sitting there. Thank you, Kenneth.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, in regards to traffic, there will be 2 points of access to the proposed Tierra Pintada mixed-use subdivision. The primary access entrance to the subdivision will be accessed via NM14 to southeast of the property, and the secondary access will be accessed via East I-25 frontage road to the northwest portion of the property. Both proposed access points are regulated by NMDOT. The applicant provided an engineered traffic impact analysis prepared by the Civil Form Transformations. The prepared TIA studied the subdivision primary entrances located both at NM14 and the East I-25 frontage road, as well as the increased traffic associated with the proposed development. The findings of the report conclude that the improvements to both NM State 14 and the East I-25 frontage road will be significant and support applicable levels of service. There is the proposed extension, as Nathan did mention as well, the connectivity upgrade to Pueblo Garcia Road, the internal road network of the subdivision, and that also accesses off of NMDOT right away.
Commissioner Hughes,
Go ahead.
How far into Pueblo Garcia are you paving?
Madam Chair, I'll defer to the applicant on.
Madam Chair, I don't know if I could pull up the site plan again, but it's basically to the boundary of Pueblo Garcia Road.
And so once it leaves the...
Well, there are already areas of that paved. So if you look at,
So Pueblo Garcia goes into your property already?
well, the internal road network of Pueblo Garcia is paved, but they share an easement with our property to get back onto the I-25 frontage road. Matt, can you pull the site plan back
I
up?
have the site plan, but
If you look at that purple hatched line,
yes.
that's basically the existing layout of Pueblo Garcia. And we're going to realign that with the proposed road network that we are proposing. But that hatched purple line is the existing, and that's dirt. That's not paved.
Okay, so that's going to be paved, and then once it goes into this subdivision,
That's already paved.
that's already paved. The neighbors are concerned about your impact, so I have one other question, if you don't mind. When you
As long as I get my other question
Of
after
course.
you.
When you do the infrastructure, are you going to do all of the infrastructure at one time, or are you going to do it in phases? And I hope there will not be mass grading.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the main stem, the two connection points, because we're proposing more than 31 homes, will require the access from 14 and the frontage road to be done in phase 1. So, and the extension of pavement to Pueblo Garcia Road. So phase 2, we have to look and see, I mean, we could theoretically, we're definitely going to do all of the road infrastructure, the 2 access points and paving for within phase 1. Depending on, how things sell and how quickly things happen, we may run phase 2 parallel. But at this point, we're just focusing on getting the main stem of the development to have proper circulation.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the neighbors are concerned about the impact. So what are you going to do to mitigate impact on
So
the neighbors?
during construction, we will work with the neighbors and establish a traffic control plan. We can maybe do that extension of Pueblo Garcia last and focus on the extension for 14 first. That way it gives them an alternative out as we finish the connection point back to the frontage road. So it may be a temporary inconvenience for them to use 14, but
But how are they going to even get to 14?
they would go south along the new road by the commercial lot. Okay,
Oh, I
thank
see.
you, Matt.
Okay, they go,
Yeah.
they'd loop down.
Yes, correct. So build that section of roadway out first. That way they have access in and out of their property, and then finish the Pueblo Garcia Road extension after. But the plan is to definitely have the roads fully built out and have that construction be as minimal as possible and least impactful on the neighbors as possible. But
And a buffer along the open space there, what are you going to do for that? Or I see there's some kind of thin line.
that, I believe, is our trail, Madam Chair. Are you talking about the?
Yeah, so are you going to fence this, or what?
Oh, okay. Let me see here. The next diagram here. Let's see. There is a. So if you look, the purple line there is, I believe, the proposed sidewalk. So there will be an extension of the sidewalk, and they can utilize our sidewalk for walkability and the trails. It's an additional amenity in addition to getting that paved road back out to 599. Currently, it's dirt.
Okay, I'll yield back to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. My other question was about the water. I saw a few sentences about that, but I think there's been a water budget done for the project, right? And do we have water rights owned by the county that we're going to sell to this project, or how is that going to work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, prior to them submitting and being heard at the BCC for final plat approval, they will enter to a ULITA, a utility line extension delivery agreement with our county utilities department, and it will be addressed at that time.
Okay, so we haven't computed whether or not we have enough water to supply them. I think we probably do, but
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we have received a ready, willing, and able letter from utilities department at this time.
and so that would mean that they think we do have enough water.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And this would I think to be clear, this would be water from the county water system that basically comes from the Rio Grande and not from groundwater sources.
Are they bringing water rights to the table?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, D.R. Horton does have water rights available, and as Kenny stated, as we move forward with that YALITA and preliminary and final plat application, they will go through that process of transferring some of those water rights to the county. If the county is not able to provide all of it, they will make up the difference with water right transfers that D.R. Horton has.
And do you happen to know what kind of water rights those are? Are they native Rio Grande water rights or Chama water rights or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Commissioner
right
Hanson knows the answer. What is it? No, they're not Chama. Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get the conversation started about the water.
But it is important to know what kind of water rights it is, and it is important to know what they're bringing to the table. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So hearing my fellow commissioners, I kind of want to wrap some of these ideas into what I would say are conditions of approval. And I have 4 of them, and we can debate them and vote on them individually, but I'd like to put them out here for us to discuss. First one would be a condition of approval that all homes would have to have one feature of sustainability incorporated into it, being either A, on-site water harvesting in a cistern, B, solar incorporated on rooftop solar, or C, an all-electric utility plan with no natural gas built into the house. That would be my first one. That would be a condition that all of those houses be built to those specifications. They could decide which one works out better for them, as that may be.
So those are not in the SLDC.
But we can make any condition we'd like in theory.
Not quite, because there's such a thing as called a taking. And I don't know where this
defer
would
to the attorneys for this.
Yeah, so I'll defer to Mr. Young.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, it is true that the SLDC sets out certain requirements at this time, and any variance from that would require a variance through the process. So, setting forth requirements at this stage, it would be advisable, I think, to not do that at this point without further SLDC changes.
Well, let's get ready for SLD changes. So, okay, so I'm going to keep going just because maybe these won't bump up against this. Second condition would be to wrap the trails around the entire neighborhood and to include connecting to adjacencies along the frontage road and on Highway 14, the Valle Vista neighborhood as well. That's probably not a taking, but we can argue whether the first one was a taking as well. But I'll keep going. Include 10% of the units to have an ADU built at time of development. And then lastly, limiting the multi-unit limiting the commercial to be not a single use, but to have at least 2 uses and 2 commercial condos in there. That might preclude having a a Dollar General sort of thing.
I'm going to defer to the county attorney on these issues because I think we're outside the SLDC.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, again, these are, I think, sort of policy decisions that should be factored into the SLDC in a fair, transparent way. But yeah, the conditional uses is true. The commission could impose in conditional uses, but those are typically more health and safety focused type conditional uses. So yeah, I would just caution against the sort of the policy side of that without further SLDC changes. And if land use staff, I don't know whether the land use administrator might have some thoughts on that as well. Might be helpful.
I was just talking to Roger, and we thought that some kind of incorporation between the sidewalks and the trails could be something that we could look at this stage. And the requirement of the ADU and the solar or whatever else, I think we don't have a requirement for a percentage of subdivisions doing that at the moment. So I think maybe we would want to hear from the applicant as to whether or not they were willing to do that. And you had one other. What was your last one?
Multi-unit commercial.
I think for that, you could maybe put a square footage minimum on there, saying
Or
that this
maximum.
is a maximum, sorry, that this is a neighborhood commercial unit, and have some kind of square footage maximum per structure. Obviously, on 1.58 acres, they could get several structures on there rather than one large.
Yeah, or a strip with 3 units in it. So it's not a Dollar General at 7,500 square foot, but 3 doctor's offices or a doctor, whatever, a coffee shop, whatever. Like, that's what, a daycare facility.
I don't know the square footage of the recent Dollar General that we had come in. Jose, do you know that? The one in El Dorado? I would just throw out a number that many communities have actually limited commercial size to of about 5,000 square foot.
Sure, like a big box ordinance or things like that.
Right, many have done that, and
It's
that's
not a big box,
also-
but it's a small big box, right? Yeah,
It's
yeah.
the small box.
Yeah.
And some of our rural commercial overlay districts have a 5,000 square foot limit.
Sure.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I like Commissioner Green's ideas. I do think that it's probably time, it'll take us a while, but we should probably look at the SLDC and see what additional climate-friendly sort of things we want to put in there to continue. I think it was developed a few years ago, and it was really good at the time, and now we know even more. So I think there are some opportunities there. My comment on the commercial space is that one of the things this part of town lacks is a nice large supermarket grocery store. So I'm not sure we want to forbid that, because right on Route 14 might be the perfect spot for a grocery store that served Rancho Viejo and Valle Vista and everybody else. So I think we'd want to think about that a little bit. Obviously, we don't want a Dollar General, but maybe an Albertsons would be acceptable. I don't know.
I think to the point, I think it's too small for that. I think a Dollar General serves an unserved market, but if there's a feeling that Dollar General is the wrong type of vendor for that, then you have to, not big enough for that.
Well, the grocery store in El Dorado is much smaller than a typical Albertsons, so a neighborhood grocery. I don't know. I can division a lot of things, and I don't know that we want to restrain them.
I'm okay either way. If that's, this is the debate, and we need 3 votes to get there, and I just want ADUs and sustainability aspects.
I think that what we need to actually really do, Commissioner Green, we need to work on the SLDC so that these things that you are talking about, which we all support in many different ways, are included in the SLDC, because when it comes to a taking, it's specializing where asking somebody to give up something that nobody else is doing.
I think we're actually giving them a right, and the sustainability goals of the county are very clear in our plans, but I will defer on this one. We can debate it offline as to whether this would have been a taking.
But I do think that the sidewalks and the trails around the entire division is a possibility. And Nathan, what do you think?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I apologize. Can you repeat that question?
I want to know, one of the things that Commissioner Green was requesting was sidewalks and trails around the entire perimeter.
I think that, we could look at that and incorporate, like I said, those seating areas, pocket park areas. I think those are definitely easier to achieve than some of the other items that were listed, which I think are good ideas, but will require some significant code changes to achieve. But with right now, I believe Matt, can you pull up the site plan one more time? Let's keep it up, Matt. But I think right now, with the design that we have, we could incorporate the sidewalks on both sides of the street.
So not specifically both sides of the street, although that would be wonderful. I think it's more of the trail that you now have on the north and east corner could extend to the south and west.
Keep in mind that would be contingent upon DOT approval, because that is their right-of-way, where you look at 14 and I-25, and it would require, discussions with the DOT. I think it makes sense with the trail improvements that are planned for the 14 corridor, but I hate to agree to something that's not within our control.
So most of the details are within your property, so along your southern boundary.
Okay.
And along your eastern or western boundary. So you don't have
Well,
trails.
it's pretty tight down there by the pond where you have the existing Via Vista, that red line down there.
Mm-hmm.
That gets a little tight. I feel like the neighbors would actually prefer if we put that trail more along the road than right up against their property line. Does that make sense if we
I understand that you're looking out for the neighbors. I'm sure that they would say they wish this was open space forever.
Yeah.
So there's a whole give and take in that. And
yeah. I mean, we could definitely look at adding more trails to the southern portion of the development. I can't agree to a definite location right now, but I agree there could be more trail opportunities to the south.
Just a complete loop, so somebody can go walk their dog in a loop and not leave the property per se.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that we would definitely be able to do that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think we're going to see this again in much more detail, and we'll have a chance to really scrutinize it one more time. So if people are okay, I could make a motion to go ahead at this stage. So I would move that we approve the conceptual plan request for a mixed-use subdivision with 138 residential lots and 1.58 acres of non-residential development, subject to all the conditions listed by staff, with the suggestion that the developer consider all of our brilliant ideas in the next stage.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I agree that there have been many good suggestions, and I hope that the developer will take them into consideration, so that we can move forward or not. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, congratulations.
Madam Chair, Commissioners,
still have
thank you.
You still have a lot of work to do to make this board happy.
Absolutely. And, as you progress forward with those code changes and code amendments, feel free to reach out. And we think you're on the right track. And thank you for your approval.
Okay, so now we're going to move to concluding business because item 12B and C have been tabled. Are there any announcements from commissioners? So I think that we really need to start thinking about when we're doing the strategic planning that we're doing at the end of this month, that we start thinking about what we want in the way of changes to the SLDC, because that is what I hear
Over and over again.
over and over again. So I think that that is something that we have to start having that discussion on. And I think possibly the strategic planning is the place to start that process.
So
Commissioner Green?
if I may do that response, there's 2 points to that. One, I did see in the strategic plan as I was reviewing it last night that updating the SLDC was part of that a year and a half ago. So we're overdue. Good news, and we're overdue because this was supposed to happen after a few years of the SLDC anyway. The good news is we put it in the budget. Now we just have to make time and prioritization and solicit the ideas from not just staff, but from the community. So the sustainability community should be engaged, the architects, the engineers, the civil engineers, the expediters, such as Jim Siebert, your predecessor, has approached us to say he's got some great ideas. So rather than just us and staff, we need to go out to all of these communities that may have some wonderful ideas, and I've been doing that to try to get that started.
And with that, part of the problem is capacity. And so if we're going to do this, we need to be able to hire people to help us in land use, in growth management, and make sure that we have the required staff available to make these changes. Because we can say we want something, but if we don't have the employment and the employees to do it, it's not going to happen. So I think those are other things that have to be discussed at the strategic planning. So with that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Have a nice evening, and thank you.